Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Here we are again. I'd like to begin with a short chanting of the Gayatri Mantra. If you know it, you're welcome to join with me. Om Bhurvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. With that, allow me to set the intention for this space as being an opening one, inclusive to everyone, regardless of all the things on the surface which might divide us, like our background, our identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity. I hope that, if anything, we can embrace this diversity and have it be a reflection for the infinite unity at heart. Dear Sadik, you are early. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Thank you for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. Very grateful to be live again. I hope to be of service to everyone as fellow spiritual seekers. I hope that we can come together to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. Hello, Sandy. Finding beauty in my soul. I'm very grateful that I get to share it with you. Oh my, you're wondering if I can recommend a book to listen to on your road trip. Well, I haven't listened to many books myself, but one book that really made a difference in my life was The Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramhansa Nanda. Yo. Hello, Giuliano. Hello, Dansuela. Nice to see you too. I'm feeling pretty well. How are you? Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Genesis Sophia, you share that I should do guided meditations. I should do more of them. I've done a couple. Usually at the end of my live stream, I like to do a meditation to end it. We'll be doing one tonight as well. You love my voice. Namaste, Liyate. Yamorishi. That's a fun title. You know your Sanskrit. Josie, where are you from? Welcome to Kona. And Tiny Planet Explorer, you're wondering if I have a fiction book recommendation. Oh, I'd really have to dive deep into my recesses of my mind to find a book, since last time I read a fiction book I was quite young. I'd say the Geronimo Stilton's absolute classics. I loved how some of the important nouns are colored in ways that represent that. Really good for those ADHD readers, probably like myself. Liyate, you changed your name right. I'm grateful human. Hello, Sharky Shark. Tiny Planet Explorer, you're also wondering if I have a life plan. You know, I live my life very unplanned. Although it's good to have a plan in many ways. I just look forward to each day with an open mind. And if there are possibilities, opportunities that arise, I'll certainly consider them. But I don't even know what I'm going to eat tonight, so we'll find that out later. When I open my fridge, I think about what I can make, etc. Guy Storm, you ask a rhetorical question. How am I so beautiful? Rhetorical because the answer is inside you. just like the beauty which you see reflected in me, perhaps. And Sadik, you're wondering if I consume fiction of any kind. Well, I sometimes watch TV shows. That's fiction, isn't it? You love those Geronimo Stilton books too. Shares real. I'm happy to hear that. And welcome, dear Chelsea. Thank you. What do I want to eat? I don't know yet. I'll find that out. Radhe Radhe, dear Magdalene. I know it's a bit late, but I'll try to go live earlier tomorrow. Oh, hi Bridgen, you missed me. Then you said that whatever I do for you, you can do for yourself, and you did it. I'm so happy to hear that. It's true. Anything that good that comes of me is a possibility that exists within everyone. So I can never take credit for that. Hello, Lala Michelle. I'm well. Thank you for asking. How are you? So I'd like to ask you all my question of the day, now that I've gathered you all here. Today I'd like to ask this important question. Above my head, if you can see, I'll lower it a little bit. My question is, what is a simple practice to exercise our willpower? I think willpower is something that we might be able to utilize more. Many of us may live in patterns of habit or of unconscious goals. In what way can we become more conscious of that? Add some more willpower into the circuit of human existence. And while I'll let you think of that, I'll answer some comments that were coming in as I was introducing that question. Thank you for your invitation, Josie. Good evening, Lakonen. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha G to Infinity. Melinda, you share that you got burned bad at the beach today. Forgot to reapply sunscreen. Well, that's a good reminder to take care of your skin. You're doing good. I'm happy to hear that, Lala Michelle. And Dark Forest, you were wondering if there is a sound wave that is a straight line, in reality, a flat line wave. I think wherever we go, there is always going to be some activity happening. Even in the deep reaches of space between galaxies, there's still a couple particles moving around and the oscillation of quantum fields. And thank you for your recommendation for a recipe, dear Sadik. Unfortunately, although that sounds delicious, my diet is a little restricted, being a yogic diet where I try to consume sattvic foods. Alright, here are some answers to the question of the day. And Tiny Planet Explorer, you had asked how I would define willpower. I would say taking conscious charge of something which you would have a default response to if you didn't take conscious charge. Like, we have unconscious behavioral patterns that are just ingrained, that if we don't supersede them, then, we'll just be acting as though we were inert and not active participants. Life. Okay, Dansuela, you share. Going outside of your comfort zone and trying something new. Yeah, that's a great answer. I like that a lot. Kev, nice to see you again. You share, do something you've never done before. Like that too, very in harmony with Dansuela's. Lala Michelle, you share that a normal thing you would just do. Instead, try something different, like build your brain. I love this. Yeah. You all are all building towards a very similar point so far. And by the way, thank you, Bob, for your heart me just a minute ago. Jai Sitaram. Oh, Audrey, you share control over banal pleasures or bad habits. Absolutely. Padu, you were wondering if I do my mantras as I stream. How? Well, when I'm taking a breath, normally. I can't do my mantras while I'm speaking. That would be known as a japa, and that's a very rare state where you consciously imbibe the meaning of the mantra in each moment. And that's what we're all going towards through mantra yoga. And thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart, me too, and your team bracelet. Very kind of you. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And your cheer you up. Yo. Abridgen, you share that you sat outside like hot, flustered, tempered nut. What is that? Then all these dragonflies came and you felt love. I'm happy to hear that. That sounds very lovely. Lala Michelle, you share if you're right-handed, brush your teeth with the left. Or building of our knowledge will help change our decisions. That's a wonderful and practical answer. I like that. Simple things where we switch up our default action. Sadik, you share for willpower. You go, what do I want to do? And then do the exact opposite. That can be a great thing to do when what you want to do may not be in alignment with what you need to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend doing the opposite of what you need to do. Tiny Planet Explorer, you share that if you're struggling with motivation, you will stare at your reflection and wait for yourself to give answers. That's very interesting and, might I say, unique. Imagine if that works for you, then it's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Jen, you add to your day that you went then to sit on the grass and all the anger left, all thinking, just happiness. Sounds like a wonderful example of being in nature and just letting your body go through the motions of the sensations of, well, our emotions and letting them pass naturally. Thank you for sharing that and for your disco love and fire that I see you sent a moment ago too. Hare Krishna. I can absolutely turn the music down just a smidge. Thank you for recommending that. I don't wish to overwhelm you. Fidgety thing there. Around 10%. I hope that's better. Thank you, Native Girl, for the heart me that you sent as well. Very generous of you. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Sadik, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! I always hear them say. Evergen, you added that your son said that you need to live outside. That he sees you're better outside compared to inside. He's only 6. Well, he's very wise. Very observant. Well, how can we bring a little bit of the outside inside? Maybe if there are plants in the house, that can be something to consider. Or maybe paintings that remind you of the outside world. The windows open when it's warm enough or cool enough to have some fresh air in the house. Lakonen, you share when running out of toilet paper, you try to use less paper per wipe to finally master the one-ply technique. That's something I can always count on you for is brightening this live stream with some answers. Wow, very few have mastered this technique to use just one ply for the sake of sanitation and perhaps not spreading pink eye. I think it would be good to wash your hands extra well after. But any technique in which we can use less of these replaceable toiletries, things around the house, that's a great eco-friendly mindset. I like that. Sadik, you shared that you would need the willpower to break your bad habits. Otherwise, you follow the flow of all things. We use the word flow in many ways, don't we? That following the flow of, let's say, our intuition or the flow of life means riding the wave, but there's also a kind of flow that we should resist, and that's the flow of our tendencies that ultimately limit our ability to be fully vibrant, conscious human beings. A flow of our indriyas, our senses towards vishayas, objects that give us temporary pleasure, and instead find a way to seek long-term flow for the gradual improvement of our well-being and everyone else's too. Ala Michelle, you were wondering, isn't willpower spiritual? So it's complex, amazing, intriguing question. Oh, I'm happy that you like the question. Absolutely, I would say that willpower is spiritual. Spirit, of course, referring to the essence of a being. And although we might not have direct will or control over physical matter, chemical reactions in the body, or even mental patterns of thought, something very high up in the chain, closer towards the essence of our being, our spirit, our consciousness, I think we do have some influence, some will over directing this whole system. Hello, Dalen Downing. Nice to see you too. Thank you, Susan, for the cloud bread that you shared as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your disco love. Kring Kalikai Namaha. G to Infinity, you share fasting every month for 3 to 4 days. Wow, that is a very powerful and ancient method for gaining willpower indeed. Of course, with respect to everybody's personal needs for nutrition, health, intermittent fasting, perhaps accessible to more people. It's amazing, I think, how our Muslim brothers and sisters around the world do Ramadan from sunrise to sunset for a whole month. Many different kinds of fasts. The Hindus do Ekadashi, which is the 11th day of the lunar month, where they fast on that day, and other festivals. Yeah. Lakonen, you add, actively remind yourself that you are doing better hour by hour. That's a great affirmation to empower yourself. And Dilshare, maybe that's a little more accurate. Recognize your last name and the symbol in front of your name as being Sikh. And you were wondering if you can ask what my religion is, if I have one. And of course, I don't mind. I like to consider myself a student of many different traditions around the world, but first and foremost, our humanity. And I have a lot of respect for many different religions, especially the dharmic religions like Sikhism and Jainism, Buddhism and Hinduism. But Believe that every faith, every practice around the world adds something of value to the global spiritual practice that we all experience in different ways. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Talon, for another heart me that you sent to. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Talon, you had shared that the only thing you can think of is going to work. Sometimes that does require a lot of willpower, especially depending on who and what you're dealing with. For example, customer service requires a lot of willpower, doesn't it? Sometimes you just want to grab them by the shoulders and go, do you even know what you want? But anyways, thank you, Hybrid Gen, for your paper crane too. I have a paper crane around me somewhere I could give you some flaps of. Probably underneath one of my many books that I keep near me. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Means that now that I've found it, I can give you some flaps of this paper crane too. Just for fun, in recognition of your generous and unexpected gift. Lacon, then you have another answer to the question of the day, which is to wet your socks a little before walking. After getting used to it, dry socks feel like heaven. That's a very interesting and unique technique. I've never heard or considered that. Though I have practiced walking without shoes on in many places. And there are many places where I'd prefer to do that. But at the same time, I've also learned how much I prefer any form of shoes in other places, like on pavement. Ways in which we can put ourselves out of comforts that we're so used to can definitely bring a lot of gratitude back to places that we might took for granted before. And hello, Enchantress Theodora. Welcome. I'm happy to see you too. You share that you don't understand willpower. You know, if it's a philosophical confusion, then I'm absolutely with you there. I'm not sure any of us truly know what it means to have this ability to engage with the world. If it's just a matter of a language barrier, then I'd be happy to explore a definition that works for you too. Night, you share that your strategy is just to give in to the desire without a second thought. Well, that is one way of living indeed. What if we wish to be fully expressive, vibrant human beings, one that takes us beyond our default mode of thought? Then some things in life require a second thought. Or maybe a third, or a fourth, or a fifth, you know? Sometimes our desires are not necessarily what we need to do, as this can be a cause for a limited way of being, especially when it comes to addiction or reactions to people. Josh Daniel, you share active listening. I like that a lot. And fully attentive to what's being shared. That is a great expression of willpower too. And thank you for finding inspiration in me, Crypto Vamp. I certainly don't have it all together, as I make mistakes every day, and I hope to learn from them day by day. Thank you, dear Mama Felix, for the heart me that you sent too. It's very kind of you. Radhe, Radhe. Angelo Pack, you share that you're not going to get far if your internal monologue is constantly putting you down. That's a very good observation too, I believe. As long as we have this extra narrator in our life, narrator might as well be pointing out what's possible rather than impossible. Thank you, John Simon, for your heart me as well. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Starlight, wow, thank you for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you for answering DJ Ali's question, dear brave Bella. You are very right. They are indeed mala beads in my hand. One of the most universal spiritual practices across cultures. In English, we might call them prayer beads or rosary beads, but they have a different name in almost every religion around the world. Used for keeping track of one's breath. We can use beads to help us breathe one breath at a time in our meditation. We can use them to time our meditations, or we can do prayers or mantras for each bead. Hello, Ursula. My evening as well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? All right. These are also wonderful answers to the question of the day, and I'm very grateful that we explored it together. I'm going to pause it there for now. I'll reopen up the question near the end of our live stream, though I don't expect anyone to stay for the whole duration, planning on being live for a couple hours. We'll end that with Lakonen's addition as well, to not react to others' negative speaking towards you. Eventually, you cannot be affected by those negativities. A good reminder too. Thank you for that. You're very right, Sadik. We are about to read from our Chakra book. Thank you, dear Ursula, for your heart me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And hello, Mermander. I am well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Thank you for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. You would love my answer to the question of the day. I always forget to answer myself. Yes, I can do that. What can we do to exercise our willpower? What came to mind for me amidst all of your wonderful answers was the idea of some austerity. One of the things that I was going to say is echoed by G2 Infinity when she answered as well, to fast. Fasting can be a great way to exercise willpower, but it doesn't have to be the only way. Any kind of austerity like fasting means that we deny or at least delay the mind. Something that we know we can live without, that we're not going to die if we delay ourselves from having it, especially if it's something that merely gives us a temporary pleasure. We can forsake that in the temporary and delay that. And the reason being is to remind the mind who's boss, basically. As it stands, many of us live in a state where we take instructions from our mind. The mind says, I want this, I don't want that. And then so we go in pursuit of getting that and shunning that. But as many great sages have said before, the mind is a terrible master, and it does not lead itself to peace by taking care of its every want. But the mind is a great servant, and if the mind can realize its role as a divine servant to you, take instruction from you rather than the other way around, and it can be our best friend and a liberating companion on the journey of life. So whenever the mind says, I want this, I don't want that, we can take an austerity by saying, no. like a parent. Child says, I want candy. Similarly, the mind says, I want candy. Or maybe a more refined pleasure as we're older, but it's still a pleasure. Thus we take care of the mind's discipline too, so that it realizes the genuine authority of different faculties that are higher. Anyway, yes, I'd like to get into reading our Chakra book. Thank you, dear Ushabai, for your hand hearts that you sent, and perfect time because we get to read from a book that you had graciously sent me in honor of the author, who happens to be your Guru Dev as well, Vishwa Guruji Paramahant Swami Maheshwarananda, as he's known as the author of this book. We'll read about hidden power in humans, Chakras and Kundalini. We've made our way all the way to the Vishuddha Chakra now, which is symbolized in our throat and everything that is associated there. And thank you, Strawberries, for your heart me too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. I'm gonna pause my my involvement with all of you for a moment. Of course, I'm going to be reading to you, but that means I might not be able to answer your questions while I read for the next few minutes. But I will absolutely give all my attention back to you just as we finish up reading another section. So I hope you enjoy reading together. As I said, we are continuing reading about the Vishuddha Chakra, which is the throat center. Visha referring to impurity or poison, and Shuddhi referring to purification. Comes from this tale of Shiva, who took the poison of the primordial ocean in his throat and swallowed it so that other beings didn't have to feel its negative effect. And it's very symbolic, since in our power of speech, which is symbolized by our vocal box, we have the power to transform negativity into positivity, poison into nectar. All right. Where did we leave off here? With the help of the Vishuddhi Chakra, we can rid ourselves of the toxic substances that are absorbed from the environment, as well as mental impurities. An important and life-supporting function of the chakra is the purification and detoxification of harmful substances that accumulate in the body and primarily come from the food we eat and the air we breathe. This detoxification is brought about by Udana Prana, which has its seat in the throat. Udana Prana enables us to swallow. The food that is broken down by saliva is purified of toxic substances by this prana and is then passed on to the digestive system. I remember learning early on about the peristalsis that occurs in the muscles in the throat, of its rippling wave-like nature to send food down. I think that's a very, very interesting part of our digestive system. Helps us swallow, even if we're upside down or astronauts in space. You could say that the Udana Prana is responsible for that. I also remember learning of how digestion begins in the mouth, in our salivary amylase to break down various carbohydrates, their components too. An active Vishuddhi chakra united with a strong Udana prana contributes substantially to the preservation of our health. It is not just the external world that is extremely polluted, but also our psyche and consciousness of ourselves and many people. For as long as the pernicious, toxic qualities of discord, rivalry, envy, and resentment eat away at our mind, the light of God consciousness cannot shine through. Just as Lord Shiva neither spat the poison out nor swallowed it, we should not swallow our problems as we harm ourselves through this, but we should also not spit them out, as this can cause another type of damage. Like Lord Shiva, who purified the poison in his throat, we can also resolve our problems with the help of the Vishuddhi chakra. The Vishuddhi chakra is a place of purification and balancing. The breath that flows through the throat and therefore through this chakra plays a big role in this. The yoga technique of pranayama, breath conduct, conscious guidance and regulation of the breath more specifically, exerts a strong influence on the Vishuddhi chakra at both the physical and astral levels. Through the power of the breath, prana shakti, in the Vishuddhi chakra, harmful residues are removed from the body on a physical level, and in the mental sphere, the thoughts, emotions, consciousness, and subconscious are purified and harmonized. We gain conscious access to the different levels of consciousness in self-inquiry meditation. In the process of self-investigation, we come across numerous jewels and pearls within our consciousness, but also residual issues and insidious poisons. Remaining with the simile of poison, until we have mastered the Vishuddhi chakra, we have only two possibilities: to either spit out or to swallow the mental poison that penetrates from outside or rises from within. We spit out hurtful words, mean thoughts, and bad behavior, and swallow bad treatment, insults, doubts, and complexities. Both infect our consciousness and subconscious. Numerous psychic disturbances are a result of things we have swallowed. We undergo our first formative experiences in the womb. There are many things we must digest in the course of our life, many things to swallow. In childhood, we are unable to express many emotions due to fear or helplessness. Much of that which still causes us difficulty today has been bottled up within us from this time. How are we able to cope with the disappointments and insults that we have experienced in the past, particularly in childhood? There are 3 things to think about which may help you with this. Number 1, trust that every experience in life has its sense and goodness. Number 2, visualize your situation in those days. You felt yourself dependent, unable to control situations, and not free. Number 3, make yourself aware that you are now grown up, or still growing up, and free, and the situation of those days no longer has validity. Through such intellectual analysis and realizations, we are in a position to rid ourselves of many complexities and fears from the past. People whose Vishuddhi chakra is blocked are often blind to their own mistakes and try to lay the blame and responsibility for their unhappiness and misfortune with others. To blame others for events that plague us is a fundamental mistake. Nothing can strike us that is not found in our karma and was therefore caused by us. A bad influence can never harm us unless an allied vibration is resonating within us at the same time. Exactly those qualities that we condemn in others, we also find in ourselves. In fact, nothing quote-unquote bad in itself exists. It is always concerned with projections that arise from within us. The sage and poet Sri Kabir Das said, "I set out to look for a bad person and could not find one anywhere. Then I looked into my own heart and saw no one worse than myself." To recapitulate, our unconscious is located in the Muladhara chakra, at the root, the base. The subconscious lies in the Svadhisthana chakra, Ikram. The consciousness begins from the Manipura chakra. It unfolds in the Anahata chakra, the heart, in order to express and manifest itself in the Vishuddhi chakra. In the Anahata chakra, consciousness can be compared with a lotus blossom that has risen above the surface of the water. Just as waves appear on the surface of the water when it begins to move, energy manifests as rising waves of emotion when it begins to flow. While the lotus blossom is still beneath the surface of the water, it is only slightly affected by the movement of the waves. This means that whilst our energy is oscillating between the Muladhara chakra and the Anahata chakra, it is more subconscious than conscious, and the waves of our emotions are still not all that violent. Emotions can only expand and grow when there is space. They find this space in the Anahata chakra and the Vishuddhi chakra. Alright. And with that, I think it's a good place to pause our reading there for now. So, thank you for listening. Let us continue to explore the Vishuddhi chakra as our reading progresses next time. Namaste. Now my attention is back to you, my dear guests, so thank you for your patience. Dear Peter, thank you for that rose that you sent whilst we read as well. Ram Ram and Luminescence, thank you for your heart mito. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Noit Storm, if I pronounce your name right, you enjoyed the reading. And Sadik, you were wondering if the throat chakra involves speech at all, as you missed if it was mentioned. Indeed, of course. Everything that is associated, pardon me, with this region has symbolism in the throat chakra. Speaking of my throat, it sounds like my voice is needing some water to clear whatever might be stuck there. So I'm just gonna walk to my desk behind that has my water bottle. Excuse me. Oh boy. Nah, this is... I've got my headphones tangled with my mala and my manjira. Very symbolic. I'm sure we'll go into more of the symbolism between our speech and as it pertains to our throat chakra as we continue reading. It was touched upon how we have to swallow a lot of insult from others and may dish it out ourselves. And so that was in relation to the poison that was mentioned in the previous reading, where Shiva swallowed poison and contained it in his throat, but he chose not to spit it out or swallow it. So too, we have the power to dish poison ourselves or swallow it when we bring negativity through our words to others or art. And thank you, Liyate, for your ice cream cone and your ice cream. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Dhyana, for your heart mito. Radhe Radhe. You hope that the ice cream helps me. Well, thank you. Yes. Lakonen, you had wondered if the kitties have been in live recently as you missed them. They have not been in a live in a while. A lot of the day they spend outside. They love being outside, of course. It's their natural habitat. Wouldn't. And I'm actually really grateful for that. Because the reason they do spend so much time outside is because I had built them a catio. There's a portmanteau of the word patio and cat, if you didn't catch that. Catio. I don't take credit for coming up with the name, but I did go to the hardware store and buy a bunch of 2x4s and deer netting and plywood and braces and made the biggest little house I could for them outside. And oh, they love it. They must love it because they spend almost every moment that they can outside in their catio. But the next time they are wanting to come inside my room, I'll absolutely pick them up as much as they will let me and plonk them in front of the camera. Lihte, thank you for your hat and mustache too. Yeehaw! Yamha! That's funny, Magdalene. Thank you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Lawrence, you were wondering, what is a chakra? An excellent question. I think to first describe what a chakra is, we first have to talk about what two things are first. And by analogy, let's use the example of cars, roads, and intersections. That a car is what drives on a road, and when roads intersect, we call that, well, an intersection. There are many different kinds of intersections, like four-way stops, like overpasses, like stoplights, etc. One of a very practical kind of intersection that unfortunately many people don't know how to use is a roundabout. Roundabout is a very efficient kind of intersection where the flow of traffic is always moving. Still, it does not require any electricity to run, just some guidelines. By analogy, our body has vehicles, roads, and intersections. When it comes to the energy in our body, that's known as prana in Sanskrit, this language. The prana travels along nadis, which are like the rivers. And the chakras are like roundabouts, intersections in which the energy flows and loops before dispersing after it converges. It's an esoteric part of Eastern philosophy, particularly in Hinduism, in Buddhism. Metaphysical notion that there are centers of energy in our body, and it comes from traditions such as yoga, tantra especially. They're also used as objects of meditation. You can meditate on the symbolism of each center. The idea is that not only do we have a physical body, that's called our stula body in Sanskrit, we have other layers of our being that are more subtle. Our physical body is very tangible, very imminent. Gross is the archaic term, but not in the disgusting sense, in the sense of being very physical, I guess. But we also have a mind, and a mind isn't necessarily physical. It has a physical hardware, our brain, our nervous system, but there's something more subtle about it. It's not like we can look at the mind itself under a microscope, because it seems to exist kind of on its own layer of reality. Scientists would call it an epiphenomenon, that it is not the direct cause of a physical interaction, but due to the information that is represented by the flow of information that takes on another layer of phenomenal experience we call the mind. In ancient thought, particularly in yoga, it's believed that this points to another layer of our being called our subtle body, our sukshma body. And it's that body that continues to another place after the physical death of our body. The death of our physical body, our subtle body remains, and that includes our nadis, our currents of energy upon which consciousness flows, and our chakras, which are the meeting points. We can dive deeper into that if we want, but I think that's a good cursory overview according to my limited experience. Thank you, Lichate, for your disco love too. And your tiny. Yahoo! Arion. Sadik, thank you for your cheer you up too. Radhe or Radhe. You shared that to me. Well, to you it sounds like they decided to name emergent beings as another layer of reality. Actually, that would be the equivalent idea in our Western scientific view. It's funny because sometimes it sounds like perhaps the Western or modern view of consciousness is contradictory to maybe a more ancient or Eastern view. Because on one hand, we say that consciousness is an emergent property of matter. But then in scripture, we find things that say that matter is an emergent property of consciousness. So we're describing the same thing, but from two different perspectives. From the standpoint of objective reality, from the world of matter, or from the standpoint of subjective reality, from spirit or consciousness. Hello, Solaris. Welcome back. You're wondering what you missed? Oh, not much. Everything that could be experienced in this live stream can certainly be found elsewhere. That's for sure. Justin Wild, I'm sorry to hear that. You had gotten some notifications of what I was saying, or while I was saying something, and you got frustrated. Well, I'd be happy to revisit what we were talking about then. Can certainly be agitating. And thank you, Anna, for your heart me as well. Radhe, Radhe. Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Sadik, that just have an inverted perspective in some ways. We all describe the same experiences. They're in our Western view, over in our Eastern view. But from the top down, or from the bottom up, from the outside in or the inside out. Diana, you had shared that subjective and objective consciousness need to harmonize for the highest good. Like that, and I like your clever capitalization of 3 of the letters of good, recognizing how a subset of that word forms God. And in many traditions we associate goodness itself with God, with goodness. Another name for the subject of our experience is our consciousness, or the Purusha, in Sanskrit, the primordial observer. And another name for our objective world is Prakriti, nature, physical nature. And a video I made on Prakriti and Prakriti being nature and Purusha being consciousness. We can't really have one without the other. We can, but there'd be no meaning in it. A universe without consciousness, Prakriti without Purusha, would just be a meaningless story with no one to experience it. They would just be mechanical interactions between objects. It would be a universe of matter no being to find expression through all of that. A very dry and mundane existence. But, on the other hand, Purusha without Prakriti, consciousness without a universe, without a body, without a world, there'd be nothing to experience. You have an experiencer, an observer, but now nothing to observe. There'd be no story either in that case. So in order for this existence to have any kind of meaning, any narrative, we require both subject and object. Therefore, for those who tend towards materialism, it would benefit to recognize their consciousness as transcendental to the physicality of this universe. And for those impersonalists who are trying to go beyond matter, we have to recognize the importance of the physical world also as a place in which we find expression. Did I thank you, Sadik, for the latest cheer you up that you sent me? I don't know, but I thank you again regardless. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Anna, thank you for your heart me too. Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Hello, dear Arjuna. One second, I have to solve a puzzle, or I have to bring a one-piece puzzle piece into the center of the mountain to ensure to the TikTok gods that this is a live stream. There. Thank you, Hybrid Gen, for your quartet of music plays too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Hayden, you were wondering what language I'm speaking as. I respond to gifts. The language is known as Sanskrit. Sanskrit being the liturgical, the ancestral language of India, and with that many spiritual traditions from that region still use Sanskrit today, perhaps in a similar way that the Catholic Church still uses Latin, since that was a text in which early versions of the Bible were written. Yeah. Thank you, dear Isabella, for another finger heart too. Radhe, Radhe. Jane, it's you, Blueberry Muffin Chef. Well, welcome. Thank you for telling me of a shift in username. It's funny when what I get to experience of an individual during a live stream is mainly their username and profile picture. If someone were to change their profile picture and their username, you know, I might think that you're just a different person entirely. But you may remind me through word choices too. Hello, Flo. I am the Yamster, indeed. And Catherine, thank you for your friendship necklace. That's very kind of you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ryan, you had asked, how essential is theology to spirituality? Is very interesting. No, answer this question adequately. I think we probably need an adequate definition of theology, just based on my informal understanding of it as a word that comes from theos, which is related to Latin word deos, meaning God, coming all the way back to Sanskrit devas, meaning deities. Ology, of course, referring to the study of. The study of God's, well, I think there's absolutely room for some investigation into various forms of divinity. The reason to me this is important on the spiritual path is because it cultivates a sense of devotion, which, although may not be a necessary requirement for, let's say, grand realization of enlightenment, it does prepare ourselves by removing impediments. And what I mean by that is, by having some kind of love for any form of the divine, which is all inclusive, which you see as expressed through your own body, your parents, your children, your siblings, your friends, your animals, your pets, your wildlife around you. If some kind of reverence and appreciation can be found for a greater self that's beyond our own, a higher self in which we all exist as, then there are parts of that perspective which just dissolve certain limitations. Otherwise, if we think that we're all individuals and nothing connects us, no higher kind of life, that we're all just kind of fighting for survival purposes, then that kind of perspective can be very limiting on the spiritual path. And there is something vital about opening yourself up to seeing the interconnectivity of all of life. And that interconnectivity almost implies that there is a higher being. A higher being which all of us comprise together, forming the universe. And in Sanskrit, a great word for that is Ishvara. Ishvara means the self in all beings. We have a self, and we experience ourself just in this body. But there is this idea that the sum total of all selves, you could say, the sum total of all conscious experience is almost its own being too, the greatest of all beings, and you call that Ishvara, which you might translate into English as God, but I think English really struggles to deliver the subtle point just with that word G-O-D, so I try to reserve it in very contextual circumstances where a lot of context is given, like I've attempted to do here. From a logical sense of the suffix ology, that kind of gives rise to an academic pursuit, and to that I just make the extra clarification that you don't have to be an academic student of learning from scriptures to meet the value that's in there. You can study it from a perspective of something a little less perhaps mechanical is a word that I could use. Sometimes study involves the sentiment that it's merely an intellectual pursuit, and I would say that a mere intellectual pursuit is certainly not going to be conducive to any kind of spiritual liberation. It needs to go beyond that. Okay, that was a bit of a long-winded answer to that question, but I hope I addressed some of the major points. Thank you, JV, for the hand hearts that you sent too. I will offer some back to you. Ariom Tatsat. And Isabella, thank you for your popcorn too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. You're very welcome, dear Ryan. It's a great question, I think. DJ, you were wondering if I believe in Jesus. That is a good question. genuinely, and I would like to answer it with a lot of mindfulness. I know that we have many different people here in this live stream from different religions and faiths all around the world. Because of that, I try to be inclusive to every experience. So if I say that I do believe in something, I hope to affirm that it's not to exclude any other person's experience. I have my own experience, and yes, in my experience, absolutely, there are spiritual lessons that we can learn from Jesus of Nazareth, or how he might have been called in Aramaic as Yeshua. The Greeks called him the Christos, anointed one. I believe that the truths that he lived, it wasn't mere preaching. His life was a spiritual teaching. And regardless of if anyone believes the historicity of it, you can feel the presence in his story, and that is entirely conducive to spiritual realization, to understanding of divinity. I think that we may use many terms that are provoking, like saying that Jesus was and is God, and there's absolutely truth to that. We just have to be mindful of some of the nuances of our vocabulary. Does this imply that that same kind of divinity isn't found in other religions? To me, I feel like the divinity that is the Christ can also be found other places. And so I've really opened up to the idea that if there is a divinity, if there is a God, Ishvara, then that Ishvara must exist within all things and all expressions of that divinity, though on the surface may seem in contradiction, I think at heart are the same. Some other questions were asked. Devi, you were wondering, what are some strategies to connect with our chakras? You were wondering on how often a person works on calming their chakras. I think for each person it's individual. Some people go through their whole spiritual journey without ever consciously working on the chakras because they also open naturally in other ways. It's a model, and all models have a place in which they are useful, and they also have places or times in which they are unnecessary. I think it's nice to have the chakra model in our toolkit on the spiritual journey, since a lot of symbolism can be used to deepen our sadhana, our spiritual practice. But I wouldn't use it as your only model, that there's much more to the spiritual journey than just working on one's chakras. Not sure of any guidelines that would tell you exactly when you should work on a chakra or when not to. Qualified teacher that does use this model primarily would absolutely tell you. A yogi. In my personal life, the most I really do when it comes to my chakras are the bija mantras. Mantra yoga is a big part of my sadhana, so I sometimes like to do the bija, the seed sound for the root, that's lam for the sacral, that's vam for the solar plexus, that's ram for the heart, that's yam for the throat, that's ham for the third eye, people disagree on what it is. Common answer is Om. Same for the crown chakra, Om as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be too obsessed with the chakra system, as any object of our experience is a part of our experience, and ultimately our goal is to come to the experiencer itself, the witness, which is our true self as Atma, as Satchit Ananda Atma, as truth, consciousness, bliss. And our Atma is fundamentally independent from our chakras too, but we can cultivate a healthy, subtle body in the same way we cultivate a physical, healthy body for making our spiritual journey a little easier to manage, because it's definitely not going to be made easy if something is physically or mentally wrong with us. Remember that another word for our subtle body is our mind. Within our mind, we find all of these cores. So if one wishes to cultivate healthy chakras, that ultimately surmounts to cultivating a healthy mind too. So anything that is conducive to mental health, our chakras will naturally unfold too. Maybe you add as well the question, what is the most important aspect in the spiritual? I think there are many important aspects, and I'm not sure if I could call anyone more important than another, but I will say that humility is one of the biggest, remaining humble. And what that means is that when we are in pursuit of actions, as we express what's within and bring it to the world before us, that we recognize that all good that is done is ultimately not even done by us. That the goodness that appeared as a result of our actions, that is in the hands of the divine, or whatever you want to call it, the universe, the soul of existence. We can't take credit for the innate goodness that just blossoms when we become attentive to it. Any way in which we limit that natural blossoming through humility, we also take accountability for. That all good that is done by me merely happens to me, and I'm a witness of that beauty unfold before me. For that, I can be grateful. And in any way in which harm occurs, that is something that I can continue to work on. Humility means that we're never perfect, and we never want to be perfect, because doing so invites in grace, as Ken Jones mentioned, hollows us out to always be looking up to what is higher, and thus we can continue climbing higher and higher ourselves. So with that, I say humility is definitely one of the most important. Thank you for that question, JV. Thank you for your hand hearts, your finger heart as well. Ariom Tatsat. And Saralyn, go for your pair, tiny tinies. And your heart, me too. Ram Ram. Wes, you had asked a beautiful question, which was, how does one balance humility and competitive nature? Well, allow me to rephrase the relationship of humility and competition. That it's not that you need some third thing to balance competition with humility. Humility is what balances our competitiveness. Without humility, competitiveness may be our default mode of operation. But competitiveness implies that what you need to exist is a scarce resource. This is true for as long as we identify with something that is temporary. Anything that is temporary requires some resource which is tangible to maintain, like our body, or our social status, or even our relationship with others. All of these things that we're not born with, that we attain throughout our life, we also have to continue to preserve and at some point let go of too. Through humility, we begin to recognize that we really need not anything from the world, it's for the world. That we need, for example, to be of help. Not because the world needs our help or that we need to get something in result of our help, but because by doing so, we are living as a direct expression of the fact that your fundamental nature is something transcendental from the world. Sanskrit word is Atma, the true self, the Satchit Ananda Atma, that which is truth, consciousness, and bliss. And another definition for Satchit Ananda is that which is eternal, ever fresh, and infinite. Being so, consciousness does not require anything to exist. It exists on its own. And because of that, there's no need to hanker after anything in this world. But as long as we are expressing ourselves in this world, we do need to take care of our body and our mind. As long as we don't identify with it so much so that we forget our true self, that would be putting us in a state of survival, in a state of resource scarcity, in a state of competitiveness. Humility brings us back into that original being. And you're very welcome. Thank you for your wonderful question. JV, you share that. Your brother is here with you, and you'd love if I could explain how to calm the mind when he's anxious. Our wonderful brother for caring about him in that way. And I'm very grateful to have gone through anxiety experiences myself. I still do. Just the other day, I can tell you that when I was going to bed, I wasn't feeling entirely well. Something about how I was feeling, my mind was saying that something was wrong. And I tried to push through it, and I ended up going to bed anyway. But once whatever was stuck hit my subconscious, I woke up in a panic. Just like I did when I was younger. I remember very vividly being a child, maybe even being in my crib, and I would wake up and I'd have no idea what was going on. It's like I didn't quite register that I was safe in my bed, that in this room the walls weren't collapsing, that people love me, body's not on fire. There's things that are happening in the subconscious that can be conducive to fear, even if at the conscious level there's nothing wrong happening. No. Physically, we could be in a very healthy relationship. We could have a very soft bed. We could have a room that is expressive of our hobbies and interests. We have things that bring us joy in our life. But for some reason, irrespective of our circumstance, because there's something else going on in our subconscious, we feel panicky, we feel anxious or existential dread, like something's wrong with our existence and we can't put a finger on what. I have a video that I spent a lot of time working on, and maybe if that's something that your brother would be interested in watching, it's on my ASMR YouTube channel. It's called Talking You Down from a Panic Attack. I'll give you a summary of the techniques that I use in that video. What I do is I bring myself inward through radical validation. We start with the most external. Let's say the universe at large. We say, the universe exists and it's chaotic. Scientists are still figuring out how it all works, and no matter what happens in the universe, clearly I'm allowed to be here without understanding it all. Now here I am on this planet full of people that also don't really know why we're all here, and we can confide in that experience. There are many people around the world going through similar experiences like me. Bring our attention closer and closer. I'm in a home right now, or maybe I'm on a bench outside. There's a firm ground beneath my feet. There's trees around. There's birds chirping. Dog is with me, whatever. Bring our awareness to our physical environment. Ourself inward to our body. Recognize that bodies are weird. Sometimes they just feel this way. But that's okay, because the sensation always goes away. Bring our attention to our senses. Are we overstimulated in our sight, in our sound, in our feeling? Can we bring ourselves to a less stimulating environment? And we slowly work our way to our mind. But first, to feel comfortable taking care of our mind, we have to take care of everything that comes before it. World, our body, our senses, maybe our feelings too. Acknowledge that this feeling you're experiencing is allowed, and the feeling itself is definitely not going to kill you. I know when I'm anxious, sometimes I feel like there's impending doom, but even if you feel that way, that does not mean you will. In fact, no matter how anxious I've felt, I've never died. And I've been pretty anxious before. Anxiety is not a life-threatening illness by itself. It always passes. The body physically cannot be in a state of anxiety for long. And we continue working our way back to our awareness, our pure self, as the conscious viewer of our experience of life. Validate and accept each component on the way in, and once we get to our true self, hopefully everything is still and calm. I hope that suffices to answer your question. Well, you did say how to calm the mind. I did skip over the mind. The mind specifically, I will say that we substitute limiting thoughts with opening thoughts. Instead of contradicting our thoughts, let's say the thought that's making you anxious is that you feel like you're not a good person. Maybe the thought is, I'm a bad person. On one hand, you could affirm yourself that you are a good person, but that would be contradicting the thought, and thus, in some sense, we would be adding to the conflict that exists in the mind. So instead of directly contradicting that thought, what we can do is shift our perspective. Not negating the thought, but rephrasing it from some kind of limited sense of self to a more opening sense of self. Instead of thinking, I am a bad person, we can affirm to ourselves, I have the possibility of being a good person. And it's true. Even if someone is a bad person, which is a conversation that exists on its own, they have the possibility to be a good person. So no matter who you are, we can affirm ourselves this, I have the possibility to be a good person. Then it's no longer about what you're not doing, it's about what you can do, about what exists for you now in an opening way. We haven't negated or contradicted the thought. We've rephrased what we're feeling in a direction that opens us. And I love what you added to that, Deanna. We are born in pure potential. Well said. Thank you, dear Catherine. 6 roses that you sent 2 minutes ago. Hare Krishna. Very welcome, JB. And Skippy on a bad day. Thank you for your rose too. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Very grateful to have the opportunity to speak directly to your brother JV. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being a good brother. Thank you for your additional hand hearts too. Both of you. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me as well. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you for your heart me and octet of roses too. I'm Sarasvataya Namaha. Catherine, you shared that you need all of our smiles and positive lights and vibes. Well, all of the positivity and light and smiles in this live you had shared that you're going to be getting 28 days of chemo for 6, and it's kind of hard not to be paranoid. It's very understandable, and thank you for sharing that. That absolutely gives some context to your expression of love and light and positivity. Remember that there are many people whom experience some ailment, and you are blessed to even have a diagnosis. You are blessed to have a treatment protocol. And I say this not to directly compare what you're going through for others, but what others go through can remind us of some of the sacred aspects of our journey that can be grateful for, absolutely. Let us continue to be grateful for the fact that you have a team of people whom are monitoring your health. Let us be grateful for the fact that we live in an age where such treatments are possible. Let us be grateful that despite what you're going through, get to know a beautiful soul such as you here in the Sangha. So thank you for that. Remember that even when you are having health issues, you are still a light yourself for the world. That there is so much wonder that you provide even during this times too. And that can be a very healing reminder as well, that even though we are in the form of our body and mind receiving care, we still give care in other ways. So, my best wishes for your journey. And I know that regardless of what you have to go through, that each moment can be used towards bringing some love and light into this world. Good day, Shikamaru. Mbo, you were wondering if I'm on Ashwagandha. That's some good Sanskrit there. We have Ashwagandha powder next to my bed in case I'm having difficulty falling asleep. Then I'll put it into a tea. I haven't taken it for a month. So not at the moment. Catherine, you share that you are going to be meditating by the river and focus on that. That's wonderful. You will be in and out. Beautiful thing for you to do. I'm happy that you're getting both modern medical care as well as considering some spiritual practices. I think they can really reinforce each other. Spiritual practice during that time is so important for our mind too. It opens us to other aspects of life that are not dependent on our body. Jane, you were wondering if I believe in Source. You recently left your previous religion, but you're still attached to a higher power. Equal to kind of lost at the moment. What you're experiencing is something that I know many people have experienced too. And I very much respect lost at the moment. What you're experiencing is something that I know many people have experienced too. And I very much lost at the moment. What you're experiencing is something that I know many people have experienced too. And I very much respect. Pardon me. Believe my connection was severed for a moment. I hope that it has returned. Please let me know if it has so I can have confirmation that you are hearing me. I am back. Thank you for letting me know. I'll just reiterate what I was saying to Jane, that the word choice of source is really, speaking of word choice, what's the word? Let's say the word choice of source is directly a parent of your understanding of the essence of a higher power, of God, of the divine, etc. When we talk about such as a source, then it becomes very realizable, very accessible, because I've talked about this many times. I've mentioned it in our live stream already, that the English word God is used in many ways, and it can get confusing to keep track of all of the differing ways which we use it. But God as source, just source. What do we mean by source? We mean that in which all of this comes from. The unified essence of this whole existence. Then it no longer becomes a point of contempt. It does come a point of contempt. It doesn't become a point of contention, because it's a very good definition. In fact, it's a definition that is even scientific, because scientists also recognize the existence of a source. When various models were being proposed in the early 20th century about our universe, particularly Einstein's theory of relativity, he added a very important element pardon me, in his equation called the cosmological constant. I have a little gas in me. The universe has a lot of gas in it, and the universe can be said to be either static or expanding or contracting, and this cosmological constant reflects that depending on its value. Originally, Einstein thought that it was unnecessary, that it was an extraneous variable, and it became his biggest regret. But it turned out that when Hubble, the space telescope, came online and it started taking pictures of deep space, there was a dramatic revelation that our universe was indeed expanding, which was contrary to the common thought at the time before then, at least in the West. So now we realize that we live in an expanding universe, and therefore at one point in the past things were closer together, and even more in the past, even closer together, and at some point 13.7 billion years ago, everything must have been in the same point, according to the most successful theory that's ever been, Einstein's theory of relativity. So according to this, scientists call that original point the singularity, the singular point in which all energy produced this universe came from. You might say that this is different than a concept of God, because the concept of God also carries with it moral attributes, ideas of moral laws which are also commanded into existence, the idea of a thinking intellectual being embodying that singularity. But at the essence of what this word God means, we take into consideration the diversity of traditions around the world. It doesn't have to mean anything dogmatic. It doesn't have to mean anything morally charged or a matter of belief. That God, just as source, is the singularity. Still, there's room for discussion on the attributes of that source, and we can continue talking about that forever. But the simplest definitions of God are, I think, the most accessible. And by your word choice of source, I don't think it has to be a matter of faith. I think we can recognize that everything in this universe, due to its interconnectivity, is a part of a greater whole, and whatever potential manifests this greater whole and continues to maintain it, and that which things ultimately return to also, I think we can have reverence for, we can expand our consciousness into by thinking about things like this. Now, I did notice someone mentioned that my audio might be failing a little bit, and that's probably because I have a noise gate, which I can turn down. Since I did lower my microphone volume, and I forgot to also lower the noise gate. Okay, so I think it should not take as many of my words to be noise. Whether you do is your choice, though. Thank you, Zadina Duran, for your heartney that you shared as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Hija de la Luna, you share that at church you get so emotional, feeling something overcome you. Is this something I know? Of course, yes. That's a wonderful opening experience where we feel the flow of love between us and a greater sense of self. Of course, that greater sense of self is the divine. in various contexts, we might be in a place which is more or less conducive for that experience to happen, like in a temple or a church or a synagogue or a mosque, in a mandir, in meditation, in a very transformative moment during a movie or a song, or when someone presents flowers to you because they remember today was an important day for you, or even in a dream when maybe a lost loved one comes to you. In that moment of opening, we feel part of a greater whole. We feel genuinely in a deep relationship with this life itself. That our life has a relationship with life. That this greater self through which this universe expresses itself in a myriad of ways, we feel connected to in that moment. I'm happy to hear that, dear Jane. Being gentle to yourself is absolutely important. Even you shared that, unfortunately, there will always be bad to mirror the good or positive/negative. If you will allow me to add a perspective to that, I will share that though it appears at times that positivity exists only in contrast to some opposing force that we call negativity, I would like to provide an alternative perspective. That actually there is one unifying force in this existence, and you may call that positivity. And where it becomes extensively expressed, we directly identify that as positive. But where we cannot directly identify that, where it exists only in a latent potential, like when someone is having a bad day, we call that negative. But doing so might make the appearance, according to our word choice, that one can either have a negative experience or a positive one, that negativity is just as tangible as an object of our experience as positivity. But negativity, by definition, is a negation of something else, which means that it has no inherent existence. It is an acknowledgement of what does not exist in that moment. Like when we call someone stupid. That's a negative observation. But we only make that observation out of what could be there, that we realize is a possibility. That because we've identified someone being stupid, what we've really observed is that there's a possibility for intelligence to be there, and it has not become manifest in this moment. That does not mean that it isn't there. It means that it has yet to arrive. Who's to say the timeline for the arrival of intelligence in this example? But always is there the possibility for something filling that space which we acknowledge. In this way, negativity is the space, and positivity is what can fill that space. But space itself is not made up of things, made up of particles, made up of experiences. It's an absence of an experience that could be. But it gives rise to the possibility. Because it's empty, because it's inherently void of that thing, that means that it could one day be filled by that possibility. And so too, whenever something is filling that void, we acknowledge it as a positivity. But there's always more room for more positivity. In that way, I say there's just one aspect of existence, just unfolding at different stages. And in that latent, vacant, potential stage we call negative. And when it's had the time to mature, had the time to blossom, when given care, love, understanding, awareness, then we really see the positivity that has arisen from that space. This way, I think we avoid a battle between two forces and empower one force while recognizing that negativity and positivity are different stages in the evolution of that one expressing itself. I hope that is not to invalidate anyone's perspective, but only to share my own. Thank you, dear Anna, for your rose as well, too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, Shikamaru, you had asked, what are my thoughts about being in a romantic relationship? And you are wondering if I have someone. I have had romantic relationships, and I've learned to love through many of them, and I've experienced heartbreak through them too, and I'm very grateful for each one that I have had. When it comes to the relationship between two people, we can use that interconnectivity, the space between us, to bring out something new in life. Oftentimes, pardon me, this is a baby. That the space that gets utilized, for example, is the womb, and we breathe life into the womb, and that life becomes an independent but interconnected expression of the love that exists in that space between people. I think this is one kind of relationship that we can have, one that makes use of some very sacred biology. And if it weren't for this possibility, then human life would not continue to find expression generation after generation. I believe that there are other ways in which we can bring life into this world, not all of them biological. And so for ages, there have been two ways of life. The way of the householder, which finds a partner and brings life through the space that exists between them. There's also the sannyasi, the renunciant, who brings life into this world in a different way. I have found personally, and my mind could change at any time, that the kind of love I have is a kind of love that is given freely. And as such, through my relationships, I have learned that I have more love to give than can be received by a person in a romantic sense. So at this point, I feel comfortable saying that I find a way to love everyone in this life, non-romantically, and I don't have an aspiration in this moment to have a kind of romantic relationship. I've had them, and although I'm still young, perhaps I will continue to have them. Who knows? I'm much too young to make a decision like that. At least I can say that in this moment I'm happy being single. Thank you for your hydration reminder, Tiny Planet Explorer. I will take you up on that. It's also said in Vedic scripture that a human life is divided into 4 quarters. And the first quarter, approximately 25 years, should be dedicated to study. Which means that, in the traditional sense, one should begin exploring intimate relationships after they've finished their studies. That's for the second phase of life, which is to be a householder. And what is it, the 4th or the 3rd stage of life? I think it's the last stage of life. One becomes a renunciant, where it's said that one even says goodbye to their partner before the death of the body, and they separate, which is a very interesting tradition. The ideal for human life in this ashrama system is that in the first 25 years you are a celibate, you are a student, you are studying. The next 25 years you are a householder, you bring more life into this world, you take care of it. The next 25 years then you study under a spiritual teacher, and then in the last 25 years you become a spiritual teacher. You realize yourself to be beyond worldly relationships. However, there is an exceptional clause in this tradition, and there's a famous quote in Sanskrit which I don't remember, I'll just point to the existence of, that I paraphrase, that if the spirit of sannyas, of renunciation, happens at any earlier point in life, one should begin on that path immediately. So although it's recommended that the final quarter of your life should be dedicated to material renunciation, becoming a spiritual seeker, if that spirit overcomes you at any earlier point, then you should take that, because that's very rare and auspicious. It likely means that you are destined for liberation, either in this lifetime or very soon after. Thank you, dear Tirand, for the rose that you sent to. Dum Durgai Namaha. Zadina Choren, thank you for your 10-finger hearts. I'll give you one too. Radhe, Radhe. Tiny Planet Explorer, you are wondering if I fear growing older. Absolutely. As I've gotten older, I've also learned that this fear isn't necessarily a bad thing either. That it's an acknowledgement that my youth is precious, and I should be mindful of the fact that I'm not always going to have this level of physical or mental clarity. So it's important to do what I can with the health that I do. At the same time, I'm also learning to appreciate getting older, and there's a lot of things that I can do at the age that I am that I couldn't have when I was younger too. And so each moment of life offers with it a unique chance to continue to express that divine self in you, continue to understand it, learn about it, make mistakes and grow, continue to find a way in which we can bring our innate talents to the world and offer a peaceful place wherever we go. Thank you, infinitely grateful for the beautiful galaxy that you sent to. As your username suggests, I wish to mirror that sentiment back to you in gratitude for such a gift. I never expect even a single penny from doing these live streams, but a galaxy is a lot of money, and that's something that I certainly will try to be mindful of. A galaxy might be a week's worth of wages for someone living in a developing country, and I wish to affirm that anything good in this live stream that I have shared in the short time that I have been live today, it can only be a reflection of the goodness that exists within you. I hope to make as much use of this as I can. So, thank you for that. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ron, thank you for your heart, Miso. Radhe Radhe. Dear JV, thank you for your hearts as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And you share that you fear growing older more than death. Well, remember that your youthfulness is not just an aspect of your childhood and your young age. Youthfulness comes from the quality of our soul being ever new. We might refer to our soul as eternal, but we can just as equally refer to it as ever new, because time does not touch it. And anything that time does not touch, we can either call eternal or ever new. We say that a person is youthful when they are in touch with their ever new aspect of their soul. We say that a person is eternal when they're in touch with, or old when they're in touch with their eternal aspect. Ever new means that there's something more for you to discover in each moment. And if you maintain that wonder, that curiosity, to discover what that is in each moment, then you can be 90 years old and still have the eyes of a child, still have the mind of a child. That youthfulness is always there, always a possibility. Thank you, Diana, for the 11 roses that you sent too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Babelfishy, thank you for your quartet of roses too. Radhe Radhe. Such a beautiful point that you've shared, Dean, that growing old is a privilege denied too many to. How empowering that is to be the age that we are with that in mind. Isabel, you're wondering if I can talk about Sigma. Well, I can tell you that it's one of my favorite Greek letters. You know, when you see a complicated math equation, I think I can draw on my screen. Here, I tell you what, I can draw a formula for pi. I need a better texture than my pants for drawing. No, it's okay. Now let's see, pi, another Greek letter for P. Pi is equal to 4 times, here it is, capital sigma, which refers to a sum, since sigma is the letter for S. The sum from, let's say, an arbitrary variable from 0 to infinity of alternating sum, meaning switching signs from positive to negative, of all of the odd fractions, 2n plus 1, It means an odd number. There's a nice formula for pi containing two nice Greek letters. Sigma, oh, just make a little bold here. Greek letter referring to the sum, arbitrary sum. I think it's a very satisfying Greek letter. One of my favorite to draw, absolutely. A lowercase sigma looks like this. And it's used to describe a standard deviation in statistics. In physics, we have a sigma scale. The higher the sigma, the higher the standard deviation is away from some mean, which means that the lower the chance of error is. Some scientific discoveries are only declared physical laws if the sigma is high enough. Like in, what was it, 2011 or 2012? When the Higgs boson finally reached 4 or 5 or 6 sigma, I forget what it was, and it was declared a reality. That means that it's like a 1 in a million chance of it not being real. And ever since then, that sigma has only increased. There, that's my talk on sigma. What? Was it the same sigma that you were talking about? Whatever. Thank you, Zadina, for your flowers too. Radhe Radhe. And Mermander, thank you for your team bracelet too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Auri, you were wondering where I learned that. I learned that when I was a nerd. Well, I suppose once a nerd, always a nerd. Clearly. But my special interest growing up was math and physics. So I spent a lot of time self-studying them. Tiny Planet Explorer, you share that the symbol is also used to show polarities in chemistry. That is right, isn't it? I remember on the hydrogen molecule, for example, which is polar. What is it? H2O, yeah. What is it? The oxygen has... Is it negative or positive? I can't remember, but you'd show it as sigma plus over here and sigma minus down here like that. Maybe I got it the other way around. I assume hydrogen only having one electron in its valence shell, since it likes to have two, it would probably be the one that takes the extra electron from the hydrogen molecules and so is relatively negative. Hello, the only S. You share that you finally see what I look like below the neck. It was a mystery. Well, it's a mystery to me why that is for you. It's not so uncommon that I wear a t-shirt. Spicy ideas, you're wondering if I'm ever going to do logic raps again. Those were very fun and I enjoyed making them, and I'm happy that so many people liked them too. Maybe. Time will tell. We'll see. At the moment, I just don't have any plans for that kind of thing again. Any Planet Explorer, you share hydrogen is always the plus. So it's relatively positive? That surprises me. I would assume that it would like to have an extra electron, making it more negative. Unless the positive sign means more electrons. I don't know. The only S, you were wondering how I am able to have so many effects and things for TikTok lives. Well, for those who wish to do the same, it's because I do so from my laptop. that I'm not streaming from my phone, although I use my phone for the camera, for the video. I use TikTok's proprietary software for Windows called TikTok Live Studio, which is similar to many other streaming software like OBS or Streamlabs. Now, Roxy, you had wondered, do I think there's more than one universe? Well, we have to be clear about what we mean by the word universe. The word universe originally referred to all that exists. Universe. Verse being an expression, like you find in song. Uni being one expression. So anything else that could exist must be in some way or another part of that one expression. If there were multiple expressions, then they must be somehow related to each other by some deeper fundamental expression, some other deeper unity that relates them both. I'm a little disappointed in the coinage of the term multiverse, because now we've just replaced the meaning of universe with the word multiverse, that now the word used to describe absolutely everything that could be is multiverse. And even then, now people are talking about the idea of different multiverses, and so now they're using the term omniverse, and who knows how more prefixes we could add until we finally get to some ultimate all-inclusive reality. But yeah, I believe the shift happened when we realized that our observable universe, that what we can observe in the universe is limited to where we are. That came with it the realization that there probably is something that exists beyond the cosmic microwave background for us, that you'd have to be in a different part of our universe to experience. So if the word universe only refers to what's within our observation, then yeah, there probably is something beyond it. But if we use the word universe to mean all that is, absolutely, then by definition, there can't be anything outside of that. Just depends on how we use the word. All I know is that regardless of what's possible outside of my experience, I know that what is within my experience is what I have to work with, that occupies my present moment. And I look forward to continually expanding my horizons to be able to accommodate new experiences that were previously excluded from my present moment. Catherine, you are wondering, is there an H2O ON or H2OO? Very interesting question. I'm no chemist, so I'm not entirely familiar with what it would mean to denote a molecule like that, but sure. You know, H referring to hydrogen, O referring to oxygen. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, they can bind together in different ways. The numbers indicate the amount of. H2O means 2 hydrogen. No. Yeah, doesn't it? Did I get my drawing wrong? We're supposed to be an oxygen and 2 hydrogen? Did I do O2H? Now I'm getting confused myself. Supposed to be 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, wasn't it? Clearly, my days of chemistry have been passing. Yeah. Welcome, Greg RG. There's two of the smaller. That makes sense. Yeah. Now that I think of it, because of the covalent bond of H2O, oxygen to fill its valence shell requires an extra 2 electrons coming from each of the hydrogens, and the hydrogen requires 1 as well. That means that I got my diagram wrong when I drew it earlier. And I love that quote, Stephen. You shoot for the moon, and well, if you make it to the stars, you'd figure you're doing pretty good. I like that a lot. Now, how about we read from this wonderful woman, Pema Chodron, who is one of the wisest in the world. I have been reading from her to you over the past several months, and there's only a few passages that we have yet to read together. I'm hoping that amidst this pile of books that you don't see out of frame is a pen so that I can cross off next one we are to read, which is number 49. Cross it off later. I know many of you love Pema. It's a funny question, Dean. You're wondering if I wait until my hair is dry before brushing. To tell you the truth, I never brush my hair. I just let it get all tangled, and then in the shower I go and hello, Sudan. Alright, let's read from this wonderful Buddhist nun. This passage is, I think, a great one. Allow me to put up the cover. This passage is called The Daring of Having No Enemies, and it's number 49. Whether it's ourselves, our lovers, bosses, children, a local Scrooge, or the political situation, it's more daring and real not to shut anyone out of our hearts, not to make the other into an enemy. If we begin to live like this, we'll find that we actually can't make things completely right or completely wrong anymore, because things are a lot more slippery and playful than that. Everything is ambiguous. Everything is always shifting and changing, and there are as many different takes on any given situation as there are people involved. Trying to find absolute rights and wrongs is a trick we play on ourselves to feel secure and comfortable. So allow me to conclude that little passage on the daring of having no enemies. Thank you, Pema. Thank you, my guests, for listening. How daring indeed to feel as though no one is your enemy, recognizing the continual movement of everyone's experience, their minds, their ideas and thoughts, that this world is very messy, ambiguous. Let us not think in terms of black or white, but in terms of various shades of gray, and add to that the diversity of color. Namaste. I think that would a good interim. I agree, dear Catherine. That would be great, but it is very hard to do. And it's only easier to close our hearts up. But just because it's easier doesn't mean we should. Everything that is good requires effort. It requires applying ourselves. Let us continue to apply ourselves in the direction of opening our hearts and not seeing anyone else as our enemy, but perhaps a friend in the making. And that is true, Mr. McGabehain. The cadence of my voice is unusual for a North American. And I recognize your username. You had been here before, and I welcomed you again with the hope that we can use our words in positive ways. As always, I may direct you to the frequently asked questions in my linktree in my bio. One of the most frequently asked questions is, what makes me speak the way I do? And there are many answers I can give. For example, I am neurodivergent, and those who are neurodivergent often speak in a different manner and cadence than their neurotypical peers, even growing up in the same culture, the same household, the same continent. Also, I am Canadian, and Canadians do speak a little differently than our American counterparts. And just as America has such a vast diversity in dialects and accents, Canada too has a wide variety, not just the stereotypical Midwesterner accent that we might find in Alberta or Nova Scotia. I live on the West Coast, and there's definitely a different way of speaking here on the island that I live on than the rest of Canada. And there are many more different ways in which we're all diverse in our speech. Like, I didn't socialize as much as other children when growing up, so suppose my way of speaking became a bit of a language isolate too. But yeah, this is the natural way in which I speak. I find it also is helpful to slow my speech down for the purpose of conveying subtle experiences that might be hard to grasp. Thank you for understanding. Jordan, you are wondering how old I am, as you are you're very curious. You find a lot of wisdom in me. Well, thank you for that. Any wisdom you find in me is certainly a reflection of the truth within your experience. If I've been able to relate in your experience, then that's an honor, truthfully. I'm very young, relatively speaking, as far as the life I have to live ahead of me, 22 in this body. Anna, you wonder if cats have an accent. I love that question. Thank you for your apology, Mikabhain, if I am pronouncing your name right. I appreciate that we were able to find an understanding and no hard feelings. I'm grateful that I have a space in which people feel free to ask questions relating to their own experience and how our lives might be different or similar. Good evening. Hello, Esther. Verachka. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. You were wondering what I thought of Nikola Tesla. I don't know much about him, to be honest. I know that he was a great inventor, and that famously many people took credit for his inventions. I believe he was responsible for making AC current. Isn't that so? Direct current, although, well, a very direct form of electricity. Electrons moving from point A to point B. Alternating current is useful for getting the power to move long distances, and so AC current makes its way to our house. Tesla coils are very interesting, and he played around a lot with induction, which is a very fascinating ability for electrical energy to be transmitted through magnetic fields without any wire, without any conductor. I also know that he was big on meditating, that he is seen as a spiritual teacher to many, since he accredits a lot of his ideas to have come through meditative states. And many people in New Age communities have looked up to him as kind of a Western mystic, an example of someone who was in touch with higher planes of consciousness. And I don't know anything about that, but I think it's wonderful that we have an example in our Western culture where someone who was prolific in terms of their contributions to technology was also just as spiritual in other ways. And that's beautiful. Thank you, Golai, for the rose that you sent too. Welcome, my friend. Arion Tatsat. In Gardening Gregard G, you share that Tesla liked his naps like Einstein. They got their revelations in near sleep states for real. It's said that we are closest to God when we are asleep. When there's no ego, there's just unified consciousness. Many people view deep sleep as an absence of experience, but the yogis refer to sleep as an experience of absence, where we do directly experience something while asleep. It's just that what we are experiencing is the lack of any object. It is the spacious opening through which life begins. You may call that God. Hello, Esther. You were wondering if I like lucid dreams. Oh, very much so. Any point in which I'm conscious of my experience is a good point. I try to be just as much of a lucid dreamer as I am a lucid waker, where just as I realize I'm dreaming while dreaming, I try to realize that I'm awake while awake. It's funny. We sometimes forget that too, and then we have moments of revelation. Oh, I'm having a waking conscious experience right now. I have consciousness. I exist. That's called lucid waking. And it's very much relating to the Buddha and Bodhicitta, Bodhisattva, words relating to this root Bud, which means to awaken in Sanskrit. To awaken. Nature of the Buddha. The Buddha literally means the awakened one. There's a faculty in our andhakaran, our inner field, in which we make decisions between what is real, what is not real. That's called the buddhi, sometimes translated to the intellect, but you could say literally means the awakener. Bodhicitta relates to Chitta, consciousness of the nature of awakening. Bodhi. Bodhicitta means having an awakening consciousness. Bodhisattva means being in the quality of goodness. Sattva, of truthfulness. Sattva, bodhisattva, being awakening truthfulness. Literally speaking, we do so every time we realize that we are awake in this moment. There's a wonderful story, it's very short, of someone walking by the Buddha, and just by the presence of the Buddha, this person asked, "What are you?" Not even "who are you?" Not "how are you?" Nobody ever asked the Buddha, "How are you?" It was at that moment, "What are you?" The man asked, "Are you a man?" The Buddha said, "No." "Are you a woman?" The Buddha said, "No." "Are you a human being?" The Buddha said, "No." "Are you an angel?" The Buddha said, "No." "What are you?" the man asked. The Buddha said, "I am awake," and kept walking. That was the totality of his identity. What am I? Am I a man? Am I a woman? Am I a human? Am I an angel? I am awake. Which means that the form in which I am to thee, not what matters to me. Matters most is that I am aware. I have consciousness. I have the ability to recognize you, to understand, to have a perception of life. I can see, I can hear, I can taste, I can touch, I can smell. I can know my thoughts. I am sentient. I feel the presence of life. I am here. I am awake. Thank you, Hybrid Gen. Your fires. May the fire of compassion ignite in the hearts of all. Om. And Saturnus, thank you for your heart me, your 37 team bracelets, and your pair of cheer you ups. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Gole, for your rose as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Renvox. Good. Hello, blank cover plates. I do see your text. I'm sorry if I didn't see them before. Magdalene, you share. Everyone always asks, "How are you?" But no one ever asks, "What are you?" We can ask ourselves this too. To the great mystic Ramana Maharshi, who has a very beautiful Sanskrit name. Ramana, I believe, means the one who is joyful, and Maharshi means the great seer. He was a visionary. He could identify, he could see the truth of himself as the Atma, and he coined the practice called Atma Vichara, which means self-inquiry. And the biggest question that he told his students to ask themselves is, what am I? Very important and subtle question, because it's not about who you are. It's not about what kind of person you are. It's not how are you. It's not what you're feeling in this moment. It's not even why you are, what kind of destiny might unfold for you. It's a question of what you are, and of the nature of my being. What does it mean to be a self? I am myself. What is a self? What is this funny word? S-E-L-F. Self. What does it mean to have this experience of sentience, that I am? What does it mean to be from your perspective? What is the self? What is it? A body. We have a mind. We have a personality. We have memories. We have thoughts. We have feelings. But to whom do they all occur? The watcher, as Hello Esther says, the observer. What is an observer? Thank you, Gole, for another rose. Om Aing Saraswatyai Swaha. Magdalene, you share that the Reiki session you received for your birthday was this exact theme. Talk about auspicious. I love that. And I love the word auspicious. When we do mantras like Om Namah Shivaya, salutations to Shiva. Shiva in Sanskrit literally means the auspicious one. Who is the auspicious one? What is the auspicious one? Well, that is the Atma, the self. Good night, dear blank cover plates. May you fall asleep in peace and may you wake up in peace. And thank you, brave Bella, for your trio of roses also. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I happen to be born and raised in Canada, indeed, JR. But no wonder that's why I'm so chill. Now, that is the biggest spider I've ever seen in my life. Wow. I'm sure it does not compare to the spiders that exist in the Amazon or in Australia, but wow. Yeah. Well, good to be aware of. If it crawls back out from under the couch that I'm on, I'll try to show you. with a warning. I'm sure many of you don't want to see that. There are many people in Canada who are not that chill. So if being Canadian was a criteria for being chill, I think we might have to readdress or reassess. Ensign, you ask an interesting question. What is my interpretation of one love? I like that. That's a beautiful saying. I feel like I've heard many Jamaicans echo that sentiment. One love. I like that a lot. One love means that there is only this spacious intermediary or medium in which we all exist. And in that, we all find love. So it's not that love is something that exists in me, as it is separate from its existence in you, as it is between us, as separate between two other people. That love is connection itself, and our universe is a space full of connection. Connection is what fills it. That connection means that all of us have an existence that in one way or another depends on another. One love. Love that you feel in your heart is the same love that is felt in the hearts of others. It is just coming to find expression in a different way. One love, many ways of expressing that love. One love, many lovers. Love, as an abstract word, is difficult to pin down. But that's the nature of love, is that any definition we try to constrain it by, love always escapes. Therefore, love must be uncontainable and therefore must be omnipresent, all-pervasive. One love means that whatever I have is also yours. One love means that all my joy is yours. Whenever I am happy, it's not my own, it is ours. And whenever you are suffering, it is not your own, it is ours. Love is what binds this whole universe together as the glue. Anything that is not bound by the same love, we would never experience, and therefore wouldn't be a part of our universe. Thank you, dear Shay, for the cloud bread that you sent too. Jai Premananda. Victory to divine love. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your little crown also. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Now Neo, you're hoping that I can please talk about science? Well, certainly. Long as that science pertains to my intention for this live stream as being a place for us to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Long as it aids us on our spiritual path in pursuit of love, wisdom, and intention to engage in this world with sentiment of creation. Create possibilities for others, preservation, to preserve the beauty, and dissolution, to dissolve what needs to change. Thank you, Koli, for your heart, me too. Arion Tatsat. And Gule, thank you for your TikTok too. Radhe Radhe. Johnny Rotten, you ask, am I an Indian prayer guy? I suppose I am, but that's a funny way of asking. Do you like the mantras that have originated in the cultures in and around India? Absolutely. And though they may have found initial expression in India, India as we know it is not something that can confine any spiritual tradition. No country can. So our fundamental culture at large is our humanity. Let us embrace all of the wonderful additions that each culture adds to our life, even if we might not be born into it. In this digital age, we are given a blessing that what may be offered from around the world in terms of a cultural, a spiritual conversation, to the global experience, to the universal experience of our humanity, of our consciousness, that is something that we can experience ourselves, something that we can cherish and find value within our own life. May you have a wonderful meditation, dear Catherine. Even you share that you and Rebecca always say Bhagavade all the time. It's a great word. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Christian, you were wondering, do I think I have already reached Nirvana? No. My spiritual journey is absolutely in its infancy, and I look forward to continuing on it in parallel with all of you. But there are many ways in which I am beginning to realize that our samsara, our cycles of suffering, is just another way of looking at nirvana, at a place which is open, full of possibility, and absent of inherent objectivity. One need not be an enlightened being, per se, to begin to become grateful for the fact that even in this world, while living in this body, while having our imprisoning minds, there is so much meaning, so much learning, so much growing. Each day is a spiritual experience, even if we're not there yet. We don't have to be, because the journey, in many ways, is its own destination, once we realize that we're on it. Good night, dear Catherine. And I like your observation, Robbie, that AI will revolutionize spirituality. I think it already is in many ways, as I often find myself turning to ask questions that might be ungoogleable in the absence of a spiritual teacher being trained on so many different data sets. It has a very diverse perspective, which is helpful on the spiritual path. Hi, Bridgen. Thank you for your 7 roses too. Radhe, Radhe. And Gulay, thank you for your rose as well. Ram, Ram. Ensign, you are wondering what my thoughts are on changing gender. Interesting how much of a talking point gender has been in the last few decades. I think there are many wonderful cultural advancements in understanding that the roles that we often associate with gender are constructs of the society in which we live in, and not necessarily dependent on some unbroken universal truth. If we go way back in time, and I made a video on this, some of the earliest definitions for gender, like that of Prakriti and Purusha, have little to do with what we refer to today, like our body or the roles in which we embody. Prakriti as the feminine just means our nature, and that includes every body, every planet, the moon, the stars, all of the elements. Everything that exists in the form of energy is the nature of the feminine. You might ask, well, that sounds like everything. What could possibly exist as separate from it? Well, in a funny sense, if you are making that observation, you're right, because there isn't anything that exists separate from nature. But non-existence itself is something that is different from nature. What is non-existence? Well, we like to refer to it as the absence of existence, but it's more than that. It's also the space in which existence finds expression. It is the openness for experience to unravel. In other words, our consciousness. And that's what the other word means in this pair of Prakriti and Purusha. that this ancient definition of the feminine, referring to our nature, includes everything material, but Prakriti, referring to the masculine, being our conscious space in which it all unfolds. And we can't have Prakriti without Purusha, we can't have Purusha without Prakriti. They are both important. So where does changing of genders fall into this discussion? Well, it's absolutely nuanced. Our bodies are feminine, according to this, even if one is born in a male body. And I think this is what is a point of contention for a lot of people, that being male doesn't have to mean being masculine, and being female doesn't have to mean being feminine. That when we talk about changing gender, we're not actually changing anything when it comes to our gender. We are always feminine in the material, but masculine in our spiritual. Again, if that's hard to imagine, it's probably because there's an association made between those genders and our biological sex. If we are thinking in terms of our biology, then you might say, does that mean only men are conscious and only women have a material existence? Not at all. In fact, in a very provocative sense, we could say that both men and women are feminine primarily because male and female refers to our biology, and our biology comes from our nature, our Prakriti, and Prakriti is the mother. That's why we call her Mother Nature. But through various modern medical advancements, we can change our biology. This is something that is possible. I would hope that it's a last resort, of course, because my biggest wish is for everyone to love the body that they're born with. That would be wonderful. It would make me very happy to see that everyone finds love and expression through their body. But I also recognize that some people find that just too difficult. And so by their entire right, something that they're allowed to do, because their body is their own dominion, they may change some things about it so that it can be more conducive to self-acceptance. There are many spiritual offshoots to this conversation, many nuances, like it would be unnecessary to make any modifications to the body to find happiness. Happiness is something that does not depend on our physiology. However, at the same time, the recognition that your gender is not dependent on your biology, that's a very big spiritual lesson too. And so I have so much respect for those in the LGBTQ community, since they recognize deep spiritual truths in theme with these topics, such as you are not your body, and that femininity, masculinity is something that can be fluid within everyone. This is something that the ancient sages have been telling us for millennia. I could point to many scriptures which talk about our Atma, our consciousness, as being devoid of gender too. Not Purusha consciousness that we talked about that represents the masculine, but our all-encompassing oneness with everything that is beyond gender. And as these adds to, even science is fluid. I remember learning from great biologists that tell us it's so much more complicated than just our chromosomes. There are so many different variations in our chromosomes too, that not everyone has XX or XY. And even those that do, they may have different hormone levels that speak to different qualities of masculine or feminine, stereotypes that we associate with these labels too. There's so many nuances. And I fully agree with that, dear Greg RG. You think it's important to recognize that we all embody both feminine and masculine energy, and we should strive to be comfortable with both. Tatastu. Dear Dob, thank you for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mile, you were wondering if I have any pictures of me before I became interested in spirituality. I do. I am wondering where this question is coming from. Perhaps you can express where this curiosity is coming from. Good morning, Dekluken. Luchen. I may be wrong with my pronunciation again. I can tell you that my hair wasn't long, and that's probably the biggest change, you know. People still recognize me, but I have noticed that various parts of even my body, my facial structure has changed. I was also very skinny. Perhaps a little too skinny for my health. Must stay feline. Zero, you were wondering where you can see my old TikTok videos about math. Well, right now I have privated most of them, but I've made unprivate some of them that I feel comfortable sharing again. The truth is that I did not want to add to the amount of provoking content on the internet. And my videos were definitely provoking, which for a student, for someone who's academically interested in these things, is very rewarding because it releases dopamine and all of that. But I've also begun to recognize that it's not what the world needs. There's no shortage of intellectually stimulating content in the world. And I don't wish to stimulate people's intellects in that way anymore. But I'd be happy to guide you to places that continue to do so. And if you feel ever that you're ready to move on from that, and you find a calmer approach to life which is not stimulating one's mind, then I'd be welcoming you back here to a more calm approach to finding fulfillment and happiness. Oh, big spider's back, crawling across my carpet. We'll have to have a name for her. Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. Robbie, you are wondering, does having long hair make you more spiritual? Of course not, my friend. However, long hair can be a reminder that, especially if we're born a male and long hair is associated with the feminine, that we're allowed to be feminine, even while male. That we don't have to have short hair for men and long hair for women. The world does not have to exist in some binaries. That's a very spiritual realization, to recognize the fluidity of expression and the ability for each of us to find expression in different ways, regardless of our biology. Arachna, is what we should call her, dear Greg RG. I like that. That's a good name. Green Goddess, you're wondering different things. You're wondering if I'm single. The answer is yes. Except no. I am married to the Divine Feminine. And I learned the mantras that I use just from being involved in spiritual sources of experience. And naturally they rub off on you. Dear JJ, you were wondering, how do you move on from a girl you wanted to marry and have a child with? By recognizing that everything beautiful you found in them is because of your ability to have found that in them. Because they were not perhaps available to experience this shared relationship of love which you saw possible within them. That doesn't mean that that's not possible for you. And I want to be clear that I'm not making the argument that there are plenty of fish in the sea. I'm saying that everything wonderful that you saw in them is something that you are able to realize. If you bring that same openness throughout life, you will find the very same potential existing not only in everyone, but in everything too. That is to say, in other words, our soulmate is the love itself that we find in someone or something. And I hope that you find that love in everyone and everything. And dear Hare Krishna, you are wondering what triggered my quote-unquote transformation from my old TikTok self into a Krishna devotee. It was the stark contrast between the content of my videos and the reality of my life behind the scenes. That I was making videos on interpretations of the Bible and comparing different spiritual paths and shutting other people's perspectives down, embracing mathematics and physics as some kind of supreme model of the universe, expressing very provocative intellectual arguments. But behind the scenes, I was sleeping during the day. I was miserable to be around, that I had an unhealthy relationship with so many different things in my life, that I was not peaceful. I was addicted to nicotine as well as other forms of pleasure. I was not a healthy person. I was not happy. I was going in and out of the hospital because of my relentless anxiety and throwing up and not being able to properly sleep and not eating. The only thing that truly made a practical difference in my life at that time was Bhakti yoga, was the yoga of love and devotion. That actually gave meaning into my life. And I discovered that I didn't want to be the person that went on the internet or even around people in my life sharing mind-bending perspectives, because that ultimately culminated in an existential crisis for me. Because if you do take the world so seriously that way, and you are too hyper-focused like I was, then the assumptions we make begin to pile up, contradict each other, and break ourselves down as they fall apart too. And in the wake of that assumption, there can only be a way forward that is calm, that is peaceful, that takes into consideration our emotions, our mental health, our relationships with others, which unfortunately a lot of purely academic pursuits do not. As I was staying up for hours on end studying higher dimensional mathematical objects that exists through the syntax that we have created, and mind you, I was definitely lacking on my physical and mental health by relentlessly pursuing such abstract theoretical concepts. In the moment I realized that there's enough people on the internet that provide their hot takes. There's enough people that give you something to think about that keeps you up at night. But you know what there isn't enough of? There isn't enough of unconditional validation that says no matter what you're going through, your experience is valid. That your journey of life is something that you're not alone with, no matter how separated you may feel from other people. I realized that because that's exactly what I needed in that moment. And that's all that I needed to, because when I did start accommodating those sentiments in my life, those themes, I realized that I lost interest for math, for physics, and things like that. And I don't mean to scare anyone who is currently interested in those things, but from my experience, I realized that those were secretly coping mechanisms for my inability to be content with the understanding that I had in that moment. And as soon as I had self-love and self-acceptance, my need to find expression through math, through intellectual pursuits vanished. And I think that says a lot about academia, that we neglect our spiritual well-being, our mental, our physical well-being. All right, I am going to stop the alarm on my phone. Thank you for pointing that out, dear Melinda. That does tell me that we have been live for a while. Now, mathematics, physics, academic pursuits are absolutely important, and there has to be balance as well. Thank you, dear Nunya, for your trio of tiny tinies as well. Yippee! Now, I say this not to invalidate anyone's experience, but for any of you whom are not satisfied with just a kind of theoretical or intellectual understanding of life that might be brought about through various fields, then I wish to be a living reminder for you that there is so much more than that. Thank you, dear Shine Easy Shine, for the rose you shared too. Hari Rama, Hari Ram, Rama Rama, Hari Hari. Renvox, thank you for the balloons you shared as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 7 roses. Namah Shakti Shivaya. JJ, thank you for that heart me as well. Ram Ram. And Paulina, thank you for your rose too. And thank you, Gule, for your additional rose. No, I wasn't going for the spider when I was reaching for my phone. I'm not sure where the spider is at the moment. Someone whose username does not render on my screen, but Siggy. You're wondering if I have experienced ADHD, and if so, do I have any advice on pursuing spirituality with enough consistency? Excellent question. Of the many neurodivergent traits I certainly have, ADHD is the one that I have been diagnosed for by a qualified psychiatrist. However, I have learned that to describe it as merely a disorder is not to have a full picture in mind. In a literal sense, yes, it is conducive to a lack of order in our life. And to that point, I think the word disorder is a valid term. But the thing is that the other words, attention deficit hyperactivity, for example, that's what it looks like to others. But to you, you don't feel like you lack any attention or that you are more active than you should be. That's your natural way of being. It's only described as a deficit or something hyper relative to our societal norms and standards. And I'm not making the point either that we have to reevaluate our societal norms, but I wish to empower a subtler perspective that ADHD is a disorder from the perspective of society, but it's a spiritual trait from the perspective of the path. And I mean the path to one's inner being. Actually, a person with ADHD is probably even more equipped for a spiritual journey because it's implicative of a deeper realization. ADHD, when it comes to the spiritual path, means this: that worldly things can't take your attention. You have no interest in anything that isn't deep and transcendental. ADHD is not just a deficit of attention, it's a heightening of attention towards actually spiritually relevant things. People with ADHD are the best listeners to spiritual talks because they feel like they're being spoken for, whereas worldly talks do not pique their interest. A person with ADHD has an ability to hyperfocus, but only on that which they see as a deep reflection of something within. In that way, I think what we refer to as merely a disorder is not the full picture. Every person with ADHD has their special interest, which means you clearly have some discipline. You clearly have the ability to be consistent with something. You clearly have the ability to give your attention to something. It's just what you give your attention to, you find activity through, that appears to be disorderly. Because actually you are on a path of self-discovery that those around us in society cannot recognize. They are too concerned with things that they think you should be active with or give your attention to, like acquiring a Rolls Royce or $1 million annual position in the CEO of some company or whatever. Someone with ADHD will never be interested in those things because ADHD isn't what you think it is. It is a sign of someone who's already embarking on a spiritual path. And by the way, it is the neurotypical people that think meditation is all about being perfectly still and making your mind stop. Because to them, that's the extent of what's possible spiritually. But to those who understand that there's more to life than just being still, just being silent, meditation is a dynamic process. It need not involve any sort of stillness on the physical level or the mental level. And hello, dear Jasmine. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for another rose that you sent too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Mile, you are wondering if I think that people who delve into philosophy will never have satisfaction. Well, it's no secret that many philosophers were very depressing people. It seems to me, and this is of no disrespect to philosophy, that purely philosophizing is not enough to be happy. Philosophizing means just thinking about things. It means analyzing things. It means through reasoning, through induction, we try to find out what is real, what is not real. As a purely mental pursuit, we cannot find satisfaction in the mind, because the mind always has something more to think about. There is not going to be some objective thought that is the missing piece of the puzzle. And this is simply put when we describe the universe as something bigger than thought. That there's more to just the object of our experience. There's something that can never be known by reasoning, that cannot be known through logic, that is even greater than our own experience itself. If one wishes to truly be happy, then we cannot find that in the mind, because going forth in search of happiness in the mind implies that the mind is all we are. But we know from experience that no matter how much we fill our mind with, our mind is never satisfied. There's always going to be some exception to our philosophy, whatever belief system that we have cognitively produced. Time and time again, the universe proves us wrong, that we could never encapsulate truth in any combination of words. No thought can contain our existence, so we have to go beyond thought, beyond philosophy, to find truth. It is intellectually pleasurable, that's for sure, because it feels as though we've gained some edge over those that do not philosophize. But there have been many great, genuinely enlightened people who never read from the philosophies of others, never read a book themselves. They found a kind of deep-seated truth which was beyond what they could even intellectualize. People who didn't have an academic education, people that were born in rural areas around the world. This goes to show that this kind of pursuit is unnecessary for true spiritual liberation. To recognize that we are not the mind and therefore not subject to the pain that it experiences. It occurs to us, but we are not defined by it. Therefore, to find any kind of truth in our existence beyond the mind, we must go beyond the mind. Thank you, dear Sydney, for your heart, me too. Ram Ram. Mira Snoflinga, if I pronounce your name right. You share that you know nothing, and that calms you. I think that is perhaps the biggest difference between philosophers and mystics, is that mystics know that they know nothing, but philosophers may think that they know everything. It's truly liberating to be in a state of wonder. Wake up like a baby, a genuine baby, where you have no idea what you're looking at. Why is the sky blue? I don't know. Why does the moon and sun seem to go around the earth? I don't know. Why do I have some inherent existence as a part of this universe? I don't know. What is my purpose today? I don't know. But there are little aspects of each day that I have some knowledge about, and that's enough. I know that it's enough to be kind to get through the day. I know that I don't have to know to be given another day. I know that anything that I could know could be proven wrong. And that means there's always something more to learn. I know that whatever I am, it is something that I am not even privy to. And so this journey continues day by day as we continue to understand how much we do not know. Thank you for sharing your love and light from Europe. O user by the name of Don't Hate, Appreciate. AWU share that I need moderators in this chat. Do I? I think people are expressing themselves genuinely. Some people might not understand what I am sharing here, and thus they express lack of understanding, but nothing wrong with that. So far, I don't see anything negative being shared against each other. Some people are critical of what I bring to the table. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anyone whom is not allowed to express their opinion in that regard. Apple user, you ask, if I know nothing, what am I really saying to you? I am saying that I know nothing. I am saying that anything that I have to share with you is just an opportunity for us to relate in our shared experience of the fact that we are in wonder of this universe. Oh, how wonderful it is that we get to have this universe together. Rightly so, Solaris. It means that I'm open to learning everything. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 9 roses, your pair of popcorns, and your half a dozen W's. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Yes. I wish to remind everyone that I have nothing to share with you that comes from me alone. All that I share comes from my limited experience, and all my experience points to is the fact that there is much more to discover than what we know through our eyes, through our ears, through our nose, through our tongue, through our skin. And anything that is realized through words of mine comes from your experience too. Mile, you ask a good question. How are we not the mind? Well, how are you not the car that passes in front of your house? How do we know? that when a car passes in front of our house, that we're not the car. Simply put, because we're over here and the car is over there. How could we be over there if over here we find ourselves still, and yet the car's over there and it's moving? Same with our mind. The only difference is our thoughts are much closer than the cars. But if you look close enough, the thought's actually over there in some direction. It might not be a physical direction, but the thought has some space between you and it. How can you be the still witness of the thought when you experience the thought over there, moving, changing? It feels like we are in the body, that we are in a mind. But if you pay close enough attention, the body is within our experience. So too is the mind. It's contained by our consciousness. Therefore, our consciousness must be something that is not defined by any object within the experience. Alright, again, we introduced some terms that are complicated. Let's simplify it again. You look down, what do you see? You see arms and legs, you see a body. You look in the mirror, you see a face, you see eyes. You see your nose, your cheekbones. You close your eyes, you hear your breathing, maybe your tummy making noises. You move your tongue around, you taste your saliva, whatever food you ate last, or the toothpaste that you just brushed your teeth with. You feel a space within your whole body. You are aware of your thoughts. This means that of the sum total of our experience, our body is just a part of it. Just like other parts of our experience, our body occurs to us, rather than us occurring to the body. Our sense of sight occurs to us, rather than us occurring to our sight. Our sensations of our body, our feelings, our emotions, they occur to us. Then who is us? If we are the one to whom they occur. We have thoughts, we have a body, we have a world before us. Then who is that one that has any of that? And that is the essence of a spiritual awakening. That is what the word spirit ultimately refers to. That there's something which is not a thing, not a thought, not a cell, not a sight, not a sound, not a smell, not a taste, not a touch, not an object of our experience, but a subject of our experience. Cannot be known to itself in the form of an object. So what is that subject? That you are. Dawn, you ask, what is the answer? It's a good question. Now, I have a bad answer for you. And by bad, I mean an incomplete answer. Because to answer would be to give you an experience, would be to give you some word or sentence or sound or sight. Maybe I move my hands around. Whatever I express is the answer, is just going to be another object that occurs to you. So we can use words like soul, like spirit, like consciousness, like awareness, like the witness, like the observer, like the watcher, like the perceiver, like the experiencer, like the Atman. But again, as words, They can only point the way to. As an experience, as an object of our senses, of our ears, of our mind, of our eyes. Again, the answer itself could not bring us to understanding. So a categorically different approach is required instead of merely providing an answer that could be written down or expressed through word. A different kind of approach that seeks not to answer the question in terms of some new experience, but instead to bring us back into the place from which the question occurs. And if that sounds abstract, it's because it absolutely is. The exact process in which one undergoes to bring oneself from the objects of our experience into our experience is called Vedanta. And if anyone would like to embark on that journey, please look into that yourself. Now, as I was answering Miles' question, you add that you have asked me about the mind many times. And maybe next time it's explained, you'll agree. Maybe. But if there is agreement to be found, it's not found in terms of agreement. Why? Because ultimately, while we're listening to this conversation, we have a narrative that's happening in the mind, and the mind is contrasting that to memories, to thoughts, to ideas. And so the person that is asking the question, how am I not the mind? That is the mind. And that's probably the biggest obstacle for this point to land, is if the thought arises, I am the mind, then that thought is true. Because that thought has come from the mind, and the mind is saying that I am the mind. So if you hear a voice that says I am the mind, then that voice is correct. It's just that it doesn't speak for you. That there is a voice in our system we call the mind, and the mind is always telling itself, I am made up of thoughts. I am the mind. I think. And that narrator from which the question could even arise, how am I not the mind, is absolutely valid. So if we're trying to come to some mental agreement that you are not the mind, then we'll never reach that. Because the mind will never agree to the point that it's not the mind, as it is the mind. Now, how many times can we use the word mind? Thank you, Lilimor, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Now, Ivoruk, you bring up a common counterpoint that if we are not our mind or our body, and if we make the analogy that if we are not the car because the car passes through our experience, then how are we not the body? Because if the body stops, then absolutely we no longer have this experience, right? But actually, that is the reason why we're not the body. How so? Just as we experience a car pass in and out of our experience, we too will find our body passing in and out of our experience. It's not that our experience originates in the body. It's that our body originates in our experience. And from our perspective, there was a point in which we did not have a body. It's just that with that, we didn't have a brain. We didn't have eyes to see. We didn't have ears to hear. We didn't have a nose to smell, a tongue to taste, or a skin to feel. So, without a body, we don't have memory of any of these experiences. And so that is why it feels like our experiences must arise from the body. Because only with a body, with a brain, with eyes, with ears, with a tongue, with nose, with a skin, can we experience any of these sensations. But adding to that, we also experience the coming and going of a body too. And therefore the body must be something that we acquire within our experience and let go of also. Now I will agree to the point that when the body and the brain dies, absolutely cognitive function ceases. But you don't have to be cognitively functional to have awareness. Consider, for example, the state of deep sleep. In deep sleep, we still have an awareness, we still have a consciousness. It's not like our consciousness ceases to be in deep sleep, but still, we are not conscious of anything. In deep sleep, we neither see, nor hear, nor taste, nor smell, nor touch, but yet we continue to have an experience, and we know this is true when we wake up. After the fact, we realize that we had experienced a state where nothing was experienced. Paradoxically so, but it's that the experience was ongoing, but there wasn't any object to experience, not even anything in the mind. So, in a similar but analogous way, not totally identical way, in absence of the body, why shouldn't there be awareness, just with no faculty of cognition? No ability to recognize oneself through actions, through experience of the senses, through thoughts. Sure, it's a lonely kind of existence, but it's still an existence that does not depend on having a body or a mind. And this kind of reasoning is what led ancient seers called rishis to proclaim that upon the death of the body, even upon the death of the mind, although that discussion is a whole other point of if the mind dies with the body or not, even then, something else continues, and it has to in order to be the subject of all of that change. The subject cannot change along with the object, otherwise there would be no reference point. I suppose you could make an argument that glass is half full in that sense. Even in absence of the biggest part of our experience, which is our body and our mind, the experiencer remains. Thank you, Ushabai, for your wonderful hanging lights that you sent. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. KW asked a very great question pertaining to the subject. How many consciousnesses exist or ever could? Oh, Cece misses the little gun too. Here. There's that for you. How many consciousnesses could there be? An excellent question. It feels like there are at least 7 billion consciousnesses, right? One in me, one in you, one in every human being. And then one could make the argument that perhaps in our pets, maybe in bugs, maybe in each tree too. But we have to be careful to distinguish between the mind and the consciousness. This is where it gets really interesting. It is absolutely undeniable that I have a mind that's different from yours. If that weren't the case, then I would be able to think your thoughts and you'd be able to think my thoughts. But different conclusion is reached when it comes to the multiplicity once we get to the point of consciousness. Because, consciousness is not like the objects of our experience. It's the subject. It's the one which experiences objects, but cannot be experienced directly. It's not like we can see what consciousness looks like, or hear what it sounds like, or smell what it smells like, or taste what it tastes like, or feel what it feels like. Because that would turn it into an object of our experience, when it is the subject, the experiencer. It is that which is doing the seeing, the hearing, the smelling, the tasting, and the feeling. Because of that, it's categorically different than objects which can exist independently or in plural. In some sense, consciousness has no number. It's neither singular nor plural. It's zero. Because to describe it in terms of a number would mean to make it an object again. But being what's called the supreme subject, that which can never be made into an object, something that cannot be known through our senses or mind, then it has no number, neither singular nor plural. It just is. And in some sense, you could say that it is every number, that it's one with everything, as it is divided in some sense through every life form that experiences it, as an all-pervasive kind of field. Put in other terms, here's a classic analogy. We experience the reflection of a sun in a pond. We also experience it in a puddle, and in an ocean, and even in a bottle of water, to a greater or lesser extent. And depending on what's contained in the water, the sunlight may be absorbed differently. That light may appear more blue or more green in one place or another. If it's particularly murky, it might even be brown. If the waves are on the water, then that can distort the shape of the sunlight too. It seems as though there are various different kinds of lights that we see in a puddle, or an ocean, or a pond, or a cup of water. However, I'm sure you all know that this is an illusion of sense, of sorts. That actually there's only one source of light, which is bringing their reflection in an ocean, in a pond, in a lake, in a stream, in the body of water. And the differences that we experience in the reflections are not due to the different light sources or the differences of that light source, but due to the differences of the surfaces upon which it's reflected. That the light casts itself equally over the whole of the surface, but different places become reflected in different ways, giving rise to the experience of apparently different light sources. And in the same way, it appears as though we all have differing consciousness, but in the very same way we can argue that our minds are like the water sources. The mind is like a pool, or an ocean, or a stream, or a puddle, or a glass of water. And we do see consciousness in the mind. Absolutely. We find it being reflected there in the same way we find light of the sun reflected in different places. But as there is only one source of light for the sun's reflection on Earth, there is only one source of all of the reflections of consciousness. In that way, it's one. And that one supreme source, self, is what I was going to say, and I switched my vowel, that we find within every mind, we call that God. That God is the light which is being reflected in each of our minds, just in different ways. Sometimes more vibrantly, sometimes maybe muddled, or the waves of our mind is so turbulent that we don't see the pure form in which that light is coming from. Now thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 10 fires and your love painting too. Hari Om Tat Sat. JJ, you were wondering, can anybody be as you are, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, etc.? Depends what we mean by being. If we mean our body, then of course no one can be ourselves but us. If we refer to anything that's different between us, it's clear that we all have been given a unique experience of this life, and that's something that's sacred. And we have no one else to be but the version of ourselves that we come to express in this life. But as higher consciousness, as the subject, we are all already the same. We are all already one in that way. And by one, I mean of the same nature. I don't mean to give anyone an existential crisis and say that everyone else is an illusory projection of your own consciousness, which can sometimes be misinterpreted that way. No, there are genuinely different experiences of life happening, and in that we find individuality. But we all come from the same source. The same source is reflected through each of us in different ways, and we are all of the same essence in that way. Hare Krishna, dear Morgan. Thank you, Dawn, for the rose you shared too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'm sorry that I am confusing to you, Mako. If there's anything that I can clarify, please let me know, as I'm always trying to find ways of expressing my experience in more accessible formats for people of different places in their spiritual journey. Different times, different cultures, different upbringings. AW, you're wondering, so the past are in Svarga, or heaven. Consciousness exists always in the present. There is no existence of consciousness in the past. Everything that we know of the past, we know through our present experience. And that it includes all beings that have apparently come into this world and out. You wonder, where are they? Where are their souls? They're still here, just in different ways. They might be in a more subtle form, in Swarga, Sanskrit word referring to heaven, or they might be incarnated as another human being now, or in an animal, or maybe even a plant. Who's to say? That's all speculative from there. But what must be the case is that consciousness can never come and go, because coming and going is a property of our experience. As the experiencer, ultimately we are devoid of such properties in order to have the space for expression. Consciousness is a kind of eternal, universal, unchanging field in which experiences come and go through which different forms come and go, different expressions. We must recall that we are spirit having a human experience rather than a human having a spiritual experience. Putting it like that, we realize that even upon the loss of a human, their being remains their spirit. In some form, it must. Not as a matter of faith, but as a matter of experience, that in order to have anything at all to experience, we ourselves must be something distinct. There must be some space that exists within which we have this journey of life. And just as you cannot blow up space, if anything, you'd only be creating more space. Consciousness can never be created nor destroyed, because space alone is the nature of consciousness. Thank you, Bobo, for your quintet of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Samra, thank you for your love you as well. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Feline, you share that Mama Feline's given us all her love. You will see her this weekend. How wonderful. Thank you for expressing that. Dear Doom Knight, thank you for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Eddie, thank you for your heart, me too. Ram Ram. Dawn, you share that you think you can feel your own consciousness. Ah. Take a look at our word choice there. I think I can feel my own consciousness. Who's doing the thinking? Well, it's the mind. Can the mind be aware of the consciousness? Perhaps indirectly. But consciousness can never occur as a thought. But in each of our experiences, we can be reminded of consciousness. Everything we see, everything we hear, everything we smell, taste, and touch reminds us that we are still conscious, because we are conscious of those things. But we have to be very clear that consciousness can never be seen, never be heard, never be felt, never be tasted or smelled. Because it is the supreme subject. That means it is always subject. It is always that which sees but can never be seen, that which hears but cannot be heard, that which feels but cannot be felt. It is the transcendental spirit in which life arises, persists through, and returns to. From consciousness, life happens. I'm just a beginner too, dear Dawn. If anyone is interested in more of this perspective, what we've been describing so far within the last 20 minutes or so, maybe more, has been a Vedantic approach to understanding ourself. Vedanta being a name for one of the 6 classical schools of Indian philosophy, stemming from the Vedas. Vedas literally mean knowledge, referring to the first knowledge, the earliest revelations that we know of. And Anta referring to the end of, the culmination. So Vedanta means the culmination of the original knowledge. There are many different lineages that have stemmed from this tradition over thousands of years. And we find them surfacing again and again throughout the world. We find a little exploration of these ideas that I've heard from my experience too, of Vedanta. Thank you, Eddie, for your heart me. Thank you, Samra, for your dancing flower as well. Jai Sitaram. Dansuela, you share that you will admit that you struggle with social anxiety. How can you perform seva given this circumstance? Well, here's one simple thing you can do, is just as you have done now, acknowledge the fact that you have social anxiety. In a public space like this can be so alleviating. Not only does it affirm that we have the power to express our vulnerability, it also provides a selfless service to others. How so? By affirming them that it's even okay to acknowledge their social anxiety. And I think that's one of the most paradoxical ways of befriending our social anxiety, is that we use it as a talking point. That if we are feeling anxious, we talk about that with others. And if those around us are anxious too, we can relate with that. We can say, hey, I feel you. I've been anxious all day. I noticed that you may be anxious too. I think a lot of people in our life are just as anxious as we are. They might be really good at masking it too. But it does require a lot of vulnerability to be human, that's for sure. And we can either embrace that vulnerability or try to mask it and build walls. But I think many of us know what that leads to, and it is not what we're ultimately after. So I guess this kind of leads to a kind of embracing acceptance of our social anxiety. We are social creatures, but we're also anxious creatures. It's in our nature to be both. And in fact, our society, our social life is forged on the basis of having something in common. And one of the most biggest parts of our experience that we all share in common is the fact that we all know what it's like to be afraid, to be vulnerable, to worry about possibly being misunderstood or taken advantage of. That can really help us be social. I know that many evolutionary biologists say that our ability to come together and recognize that we are stronger as a pack is what allowed civilization to flourish. Our life is very precious, and anxiety can sometimes be a reflection of the fact that we consider it very precious. Shared preciousness is the very basis of our society, of civilization, of coming together to relate in the tenderness of our experience. I hope that paradoxically answers your questions in some way. I know that it's a learning experience and will continue to. I will continue to experience social anxiety too, and every time I do, I will always come back to the Sangha with even more of an experience to be able to share with you too. Hello Nadine from France. And at the moment I don't have any updates for India, dear Saturnus, but I know that I am meant to go there. And Renvox, you share that you hope there are yam carers too, as so much given out. Absolutely, and I'm very grateful to have many people in my life that are a source of so much love and light too. Thank you, Durand, for your rose as well. I say rose, but I'm giving you a finger heart anyway. Thank you for your blessings, Apple user 2. Blessings for everyone. Myla, you were wondering how I know Twitchy Witch. Twitchy Witch, I know, is someone whom I've seen a few videos of. I must admit that I don't watch a lot of TikTok myself. Don't let TikTok know that. If I am scrolling, it's usually on another competitor's platform. But I have seen some of Twitchy Witch's videos and I love them, and I know that she is a follower of mine too, in the literal sense of being followed to this account. And I think it's been a while since I've seen her pop up in this live stream, but very often I'll have seen her come in. And I'm very honored that she had mentioned me in a video. There could have been more videos where she mentioned me, and that is even more humbling. Yeah, I'm very grateful to indirectly know her through this app, and you know, as has been spoken of for probably a few years now, the possibility of a collaboration is always open. She is amazing, and she told you all to follow me. Aww. What a kindred spirit she is. Truthfully, everything that I have to offer, I am sure that she is sharing in another way. And I guess the two of us cover the bases in a more inclusive way, and that's wonderful. I would recommend you all follow her too. And thank you, dear Smile, for your caution of being taken advantage of in some way while abroad, especially in India. It is an unfortunate reality that we have to be aware of. Much love to you. Everyone and everything in your direction, dear Apple user. Did I say I had an update, dear Saturnus? No, sorry, I said that I did not have one yet. Well, except for that someone did invite me to go on a Maha Kumbh Mela pilgrimage all around India and even into the Himalayas up to the foothills of Mount Kailash. And that's like amazing. Everything I could have asked for. However, it's also everything I could have asked for all at once. And everything all at once. Well, that's, I'm not sure, something that I wouldn't get overwhelmed by initially. So I'm also keeping my ear out for, you know, a Goldilocks zone where still I'd like to do something but not have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars going all around India, staying at various different places. For my first time leaving my country, oh my goodness, you know, what a blessing it even is to have that possibilities. But I also respect that my body and mind are something which adapts very slowly, and I probably need something a little in between as my first time. Thank you, dear 11 Myla 11, for your fall candle. That's so sweet of you. Fall is very much approaching. Yeah, I'm always a little somber during this time because I reflect on all of the light that has been in summer. But fall has also been one of the most peaceful times to me. Something very graceful about letting go. That is so symbolic. That's why we call autumn fall. Because of all the leaves that fall. Beginning of a beginning, of turning a new leaf. Dear Hobbit, you are wondering, what do I identify myself as? What doth thou identify as? Well, I wish I could say as pure consciousness, which is something that I'm opening myself up to realize. That's the goal, to realize myself as something all-inclusive, all-pervasive, but I'd also be lying if I said that was a reality for me, since I absolutely still have a long way to go when it comes to my self-realization. As such, I very much feel at this moment like a human being. And with that, I don't mind fulfilling the role that comes with this identity. If you're asking about a gender identity, I'm actually pretty what's the word? I'm pretty accepting nowadays of the fact that I feel a little bit of everything, you know. I recognize that masculinity and femininity is something that exists within each of us in different capacities. Biologically, I'm certainly a male. There's no doubt about that. But I have been learning to have a more expansive sense of self that goes beyond my biology. I consider myself a human being. Really. Yeah. I think the most specific answer I can give you is a human being. I'm a human being that has a male body and was born and raised in Canada. Lots of life for me to experience, many more stories to learn from the lives of others, many more experiences of my own to expand my sense of self. It's a continual journey of shaping my identity, and I don't claim to know who I am now, and I can't imagine that I ever really will know. And hello, Yoga Swara Pratama. Oh, you have a beautiful Sanskrit name. Here, I can do better than that. Yoga Swara Pratma. Yoga Swaraptam. Oh, I love the challenge of pronouncing a nice long Sanskrit name. Yoga Swarapratama. Something like that. Of course, you'll have to tell me which vowels are double length, vowels are short. Now, Paticcasamuppada. Did I figure that out? I'm unfamiliar with the meaning of this term. Hello Mirto, you're wondering where am I? I am in Canada. And hello Echo Leaf in my bedroom. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 10 roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you for listening, dear Smile. Hello, Carrot. Phelps, you were wondering what I believe in. You know, it's not like I have a definite answer for you. There isn't anything preloaded, like any kind of ism or religion or philosophy or ideology. When you ask that question, nothing comes to mind specifically. All I know is that what occurs to me in this experience is what I know, and I know that there's much more to life than my individual experience. I'm open to continuing to learn more about what exists outside my experience, and I continue to learn from various philosophies, traditions, religions, whatnot. And Nora, hello. You were wondering if I can tell you some of my opinions and knowledge on Vipassana. Is it different from Kundalini? I imagine there are more similarities than there are differences. Everything spiritual is more alike than not, but Vipassana is usually used in Buddhist contexts, whereas Kundalini is used in Hindu contexts. The difference between Hinduism and Buddhism is very small. They're both dharmic religions. They place an emphasis on reincarnation, on meditation. The biggest difference is that Buddhists place an emphasis on having no self. That if you go in pursuit of some idea of yourself, it'll always become empty. You'll find there to be nothing substantial there. Whereas the Hindus take the complementary idea that if you go in pursuit of anything that you don't consider yourself, you'll ultimately find yourself reflected there. So it's a kind of nothing or everything difference, but they both speak to a unity where there's no independent, separate existence. All is one, in everything or nothing. I imagine, therefore, that Vipassana probably puts a lot of awareness on aspects like shunyata, on emptiness, on kinds of meditations in which you feel hollowed out and open and formless, whereas Kundalini might place a lot of emphasis on the form, on your body and energy, which is a part of your being, and different levels of identification. So they ultimately come from a very similar source, lead you to the same place, but get you there in different ways. And as per the both of them, I am most familiar with Kundalini. I'm not actually that familiar at all with Vipassana, so I would recommend going to someone much more qualified to talk to you about that. Yoga Swara Pratama. You ask if I've ever seen one of Jiddu Krishnamurti's videos on YouTube. Absolutely. He's a great non-spiritual spiritual teacher. And what I mean by that, in case those who don't know, but I'm sure that everyone who do know, who has seen it, knows. Does that make sense? If you know, you know. For those that don't, Jiddu Krishnamurti was revered as a guru, as a spiritual teacher. People came to him for knowledge of yoga and mantra and meditation and liberation. But he had a very unique approach in that he'd be very dismissive of all that. Part of it was because our Western approach is very object-oriented and we're interested in having some experience of the senses. And Jiddu Krishnamurti was very big on not pursuing any kind of experience as a spiritual journey. But it was also a form of qualification for the listener, that he wanted to be very sincere about what kind of questions he allowed, what kind of questions were sincere and sincere enough to answer directly. But he was a very spiritual being, in my opinion, even though he probably wouldn't consider himself one. And that's very humble too. Mile, you were wondering if I attended regular type of schools, high school, any college, out of curiosity. I did go to public school my whole life, and I went to university for 4 years. But of those 4 years, I probably showed up to class less than 100 times. So eventually I dropped out to work on my physical and mental health, which I wasn't taking very good care of. I never declared my major, and inherently I didn't get my degree either, so all of that's left in the open. But I'm very grateful for the experiences I had. Yoga Swara Pratama, you ask for me to please teach you about the observer is not the observed. I think the most wonderful aspect of that teaching is that it teaches itself. We just have to pick any object of our experience. Perhaps the most common example is a pot. I don't think I have a pot in my room, but I do have a water bottle. Now, this water bottle, in our experience, it has a form. For me, it has a touch. For you, it appears on your screen, and so there isn't really any touch. It also has a sound. And if I open it up, it even has a little bit of a smell. Has a taste. All of my senses are engaged in experiencing this. I can also think about it. I can think about its utility, how ingenious the design of a water bottle is, and all of the different forms on it. And the longer I go about observing it, through the senses or through my mind, I begin to have this feeling that there is a distinguishing difference. Is that redundant? There is something that we can distinguish between the nature of this water bottle and the nature of myself. And a simple way of putting into words what that difference is that it's the one being experienced and I'm the one doing the experiencing. That is something very different. We can't simply say that this is experiencing me. Who knows? Maybe. Whatever capacity this has to experience me, I'm certainly interacting with it. But in our experience, the truth is that I'm the one experiencing it, and it's not experiencing me. So, there must be some difference fundamentally between it and me. Now that's all very obvious for everything outside of our body. Because we have the ability to see everything, hear everything, smell, taste, touch things that are outside this body, then of course we feel like we are different from them. But as we get more closer and closer to the one which is doing the experiencing, it gets harder to differentiate. Like, for example, your body. Are you experiencing your body, or is your body experiencing you? There is an answer, but it's harder to realize. Same thing with our senses. Are we experiencing our sense of sight, or is our sense of sight experiencing us? We can go even to our mind. Are we experiencing our mind, or is our mind experiencing us? Well, as long as it is part of our experience, then we must be something different from it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a duality between ourself and that which occurs to ourself. It takes a long time for this to really click. But in the same way that we can definitively know we are not the water bottle, in the same way we can exclude our body, our senses, even our mind, and even subtler forms of our inner faculties like our ego too. I certainly won't claim to have made that journey myself, but this is something that I very much often hear while listening to great teachers that have realized the truth of their self. This method of distinguishing between the seer and the seen, very useful in Vedanta. We've been exploring a lot of concepts in Vedanta tonight, which is very interesting. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your hanging lights too. And Incredible Hulk, Thank you for your cloud bread too. Radhe Radhe. And namaste Klopnov. Appreciate your use of Devanagari. I'm happy to be there for you, Jessica. Yogasvara Pratama. I'll have to keep practicing your name till it clicks too, but you share that it is stated that duality is the source of conflict. What is my opinion on that? Bonjour, Bloody Darks. And Klopnov, you ask related to that, is the host dualist? In previous videos, I had made myself seem very strictly non-dual, as I was a I don't know if follower would be the right term, but a believer in Advaita Vedanta, the tradition of Vedanta with the interpretation of Advaita, non-duality. That is to say, there is no inherent existence that is separate from your being. This would be in contrary to dualism, which posits that yes, there is absolutely something completely different from you, and the two of you independently exist, or three of you, or four of you, or however many things we differentiate. I used to make videos also which talked about duality being the source of conflict, and there absolutely is truth in that. At the same time, I've come to realize that it's not entirely fair to say that the ultimate reality is non-dual or dual. In some sense, there is a non-duality between the duality of non-duality and duality. Which is a bit of a mouthful for one, but for two, something that seems very natural to me, that we can genuinely and meaningfully talk about parts of our existence that appear independent. Whether that appearance is illusory or not is up for interpretation, but there's absolutely truth in both perspectives, that there is a unity amidst our experience and a diversity. It just depends on the perspective in which you're coming from. In Advaita Vedanta, they even acknowledge this. They say that from the standpoint of Brahman, from the One, the non-dual reality, well, non-duality is the truth. But from the standpoint of Maya, the material existence, duality is the truth. So there is even a relative existence between Maya and Brahman, between duality and non-duality. In our experience, there is both Brahman and Maya. You could talk about Brahman as the Purusha, as the consciousness, and Maya as the Prakriti, as the nature. And these are genuinely distinct philosophical concepts, but yet they coexist in this moment. That there is more than just the material existence happening, and there is more than just the spiritual existence happening too. Some proponents of Advaita Vedanta, particularly Neo-Advaita Vedanta, a resurgence of Advaita themes, non-dual themes, but without the Vedanta, they say that material existence does not exist and that it's merely an illusion. And I thought this was the case too, but that came from my lack of qualification in this subject. And as I continue to learn from genuine teachers of Advaita Vedanta like Swami Taratmanandaji, I discovered that it's not true that the Advaita Vedantins say that the material existence is an illusion. It's illusory to believe that we are dependent upon it. It's illusory to believe that we require anything from material existence. But it is a genuine experience that occurs to the Atma. And Free Penguin, you were wondering what I think about Taoism. Have I experienced the Tao? It's difficult to say, since the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, isn't it? The Tao that can be named is not the eternal name. So anything that I say could only be indirect too. But that Tao, I think, is very similar to many concepts which we've touched upon in the last however many several minutes, that the unity of our experience, the background layer behind the diversity, that which ultimately connects everything together as one, that is the Tao. And you are a part of that. You experience a part of it in each moment. But we could never experience the whole of it at once. And to me, part of the reason that that's true is because, well, what we can experience contradicts in some ways parts of other experiences that we've had. That the Tao is inherently paradoxical, contradictive, that all the contradictions ultimately cancel out. But if we were to experience it as a whole, we'd have to experience contradictory elements at the same time, which can only ever really be experienced one at a time. That's what makes them contradictory. Full of opposites, the Tao is. You can only experience one side of the coin at a time. You can either flip heads or tails. You can't flip heads and tails, even though they're two sides of the same coin. But by flipping the coin, experiencing heads and tails, eventually we get to experience in an indirect sense the whole. I don't know if this analogy is clicking, but through inference, we can realize the Tao. And inference means by no direct way, but everything that we experience infers the existence of some whole. And hello, Bethany. Gregor G, you're wondering if I possibly have the Tao Te Ching on me. Not directly next to me, but it is in my room, on the shelf. Namo Rupa. Those are some great words, Klopnov. Name and form. Maya. Thank you for your 66 roses too. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Fanny K. I'm happy that you find admiration in what I have to share. I hope that what I have to share is but a reflection of everything that's possible within you too. And Smile, you were wondering. Actually, I'll just answer that in a second, because Mario, you had a much quicker question. How old am I? I am 22 in this body. Smile, you were wondering if I've ever been seen by a psychologist or psychiatrist. What do my parents think about me? Well, who knows what others truly think of me? If I could only get in their mind, but I'm not sure if I'd want to do that. Yeah, I have seen a psychiatrist recommended by my doctor. I've seen 2 psychiatrists. One was a more general psychiatrist, and that general psychiatrist didn't make any diagnoses, but they did recommend me to a specialist psychologist that said that I had ADHD. That's about the extent of my experience with psychiatry. because ADHD isn't something that actively takes away from the life I want to live, that is to say, I have a pretty healthy relationship with it, I feel. I don't take medication for it or really do any other practices for it. I've had 2 therapists in my life too, and I've greatly enjoyed learning from their guidance in directing me to understand parts about myself. And yeah, I only have gratitude for that experience. If you're wondering what a psychologist thinks of me, well, usually probably not something they even share because their own opinions go beyond the kind of objectivity that is required for therapy. They are supposed to be non-biased, so I don't know. I'm sure that a psychologist would have a different perspective of me than a botanist would, than a meteorologist would, than a physicist would, than a football player would. I think everyone is able to understand a being to the extent of their own experience, and someone who's had a lot of experience with psychology could probably point out a lot of acute psychological observations about me that others or myself might not be able to, in the same way that a football player would probably be able to point out observations about me that would be conducive to making a touchdown or not. Just depends from the perspective we're looking. Hello Zublem, welcome back. Thank you, Witness of Beauty, for your hand hearts. I wish to share you some of my own hand hearts. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your pair of fires too. Radhe Radhe. That's very true, Stine, that psychology isn't an exact science, so it can also vary so much depending on the therapist. Absolutely. Psychology is something really unique when it comes to other fields of science, because not only does it have objects of study like behavioral patterns, like thought processes, worldviews, etc. There is a subjective part which is absolutely fundamental, because all of these objects that are central to psychology are a part of a subject's life. Subject being the conscious being through whom all of these qualities manifest. And therefore, it is so important to recognize that how the individual feels about all of the things that they're going through is taken into consideration too. Gunther, you have a very interesting question. Am I injected the cornea? Do I have a cornea injection? You know, that sounds very terrifying. I have never been a big fan of needles, and any needle near my eye, I'd probably freak out a little. I'm very grateful to say that no, I have not. Oh, you are referring to the coronavirus. That makes more sense. Sorry. I thought you were referring to our eyes. Just clicked for me. Yeah, I do. I think viruses are some of the most detrimental, they can be some of the most detrimental illnesses that people can experience. And I'm so grateful for modern medical science to be able to provide vaccinations for these things. And there's absolutely no room in this live stream for pseudoscience. And anyone who says that modern medical science is somehow in contrary to our spirituality, I'm afraid to say, doesn't truly understand what it means to be spiritual. Spirituality is never in contradiction with science, never in contradiction with what one needs at a medical level or a psychiatric level too. Absolutely, there are spiritual perspectives that can complement our Western scientific perspective, like adding to psychiatric views of mental impairment, mental illness, with spiritual sensitivities that a person may have. Still, that does not imply that somehow therapy or psychiatry is something that you don't need on the spiritual path. Every great spiritual teacher will tell you that we need all the help we can get as human beings, from scientists, from doctors, from psychologists. It's tough being human. The idea that some sort of vaccination somehow takes away from your ability to be conscious or is part of some conspiracy? Oh, these are some heavy concepts, hey? Let's let this go. You know, to believe that somehow the world is actively working against you? Sure. In some ways that there are people that run this world that are not working for the benefit of everyone. But to say that there's some grand scheme, that's not healthy, and the spiritual path fully accommodates that fact. Spiritual path says that, yeah, there are people that are not working for your benefit, and unfortunately many of them are in positions of power, but they're humans too. And as human beings, no one ever consciously tries to take away from another person's life, nor can your life truly be taken away from. Of course, the level of the body and the mind, we have to take care of this. But no amount of experience that happens to your body can change the nature of your consciousness. The spiritual path means awakening to this fact, that your spirit is independent and transcendental from the body, from the mind. That's why some of the most spiritual people also have ailments in their body too, like cancer. You talk to someone who's on their deathbed from some terminal illness, they can be some of the most spiritual people because they know their consciousness is truly unaffected by what happens to their senses. So I want to be very clear. Yes, this is a spiritual space. And in other spiritual spaces, the concept does arise of maybe conspiracies in the medical world. And it's true that big pharma is absolutely a problem. But the problem is not necessarily what they sell. It's just the fact that they're making a profit out of something that shouldn't be charged for at all. That vaccines should be free, and the medication that people need to live, they should not be making a profit over. And yes, many psychiatrists and doctors too benefit according to their policies of insurance and getting people on medication, but a line must be drawn between that and genuine scientific evidence, which points to the fact that these are wonderful advancements in technology and that they have saved many, many lives. Thank you, dear Stine, for your applause too. I wish to share some applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. Guntur, you share that it may be scientific evidence manipulated. I have no tolerance for that kind of thing. Unfortunately, I will mute you for the rest of this live for saying that. And you may make the argument that I'm contributing to the repression of people's voices by making that discernment. But there's no patience for people that actively try to take away from life-saving medical advancements and try to posit the idea that the world is somehow against you in some grand organized way. That's unfair on so many levels, and I have no tolerance for that. Just look at me. Do I seem like a close-minded person? I tell you every live stream that I'm open to learning from various traditions around the world. I love to embrace the different cultures and religions. There are so many different theories about the world. There are discussions we can have about higher dimensions. And yeah, we can even be critical at times about government. So if in any way that the vaccine was somehow meant to suppress my critical thinking, clearly that has not happened. And no one who has taken the vaccine has shown symptoms of not being able to think critically. If there's anyone who seems to be unopen to expanded sense of self, it's those that have some mental disorder, and they justify the fear that they have been infringed upon through the trauma by believing in some conspiracy. And I want to be clear that I have nothing against those people, but I have something against worldviews that cause fear. Worldviews that cause fear, they have no place on the spiritual path. The spiritual path is all about opening, about becoming, about a source of love and forgiveness and understanding. Yes, we should be fighting for what's right, but not at the cost of making assumptions about some negative or evil force that justifies the suffering that one is going through. I believe that those who are vulnerable are the most susceptible to conspiracies, and they are so because they have experienced a lot of trauma. And I hope that those people get the help they need to heal from their trauma. Because their trauma is absolutely something that deserves attention, love, and care. Being able to attend to those things can free your mind up of so many fears. That is why I think it's vital to talk about this in this way. Thank you, dear Tapini, for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nor you clarify. So taking antidepressants won't affect your meditation. You've been kind of sad you can't do it on your own. My dear, and I hope everyone who needs to hear this hears this. No medication can take you from living a vibrant human experience. If your neurology physically demands that you require some help in the form of medication, then that's something that is absolutely necessary for you to live a somewhat normal life. If that provides you with the space to be able to discover a kind of independence from that, then that's even better. Antidepressants are not a permanent solution to depression. Anything that you have to take again and again is clearly just managing the symptoms rather than the cause. But the space that managing the symptoms can provide us can help us reach the cause. Likewise, my doctor put me on antidepressants too, and I'm very grateful for that informed medical decision because it provided me the space to be able to eventually go off of them as well on my own timeline which may be different for others as well. During that peace of mind that I was able to have because of this advancement in medical technology, I was able to make the changes in my life that is necessary for a more holistic and happy life. That is to say, I put in the effort to make the changes needed, like a better routine, like a healthier relationship with my family, like a better, let's say, awareness of what my boundaries are too and my ability to set them. Through that, I was able to go off of my nicotine addiction too. There's so many things I can point to which couldn't have happened, at least not with as much ease, through medication. Now that I'm off it, I extra feel the value. I'm so grateful that I was on them because it helped me find my center. It wasn't what gave me my center. My center was always there, but it helped minimize some of the obstacles that were preventing me. If there was some other way to get there more holistically without medication, I'm sure I would have taken that too. Anything that we can do primarily naturally with this body, it should be always our first, what's the word I'm thinking of? It should be our first way of achieving things. But that's not to say that the genuine experience of betterment we have on medication isn't real or authentic. It's a stepping stone on a much greater journey of healing. So, I hope everyone feels empowered that even if you are on medication, that doesn't mean that you're somehow less spiritual than those who aren't. Spiritual doesn't have to mean anything at the level of the body or the mind. It's all about our awareness of ourself, coming into realization of an expanded sense of consciousness. Okay, these have been some pretty heavy subjects, and I have used some direct terms, so please forgive me for being very direct about this. I'll continue to reflect on my word choices, of course. Yeah, I want to be very clear about room for both science and spirituality. Science is the study of the object of our experience, whereas spirituality is the study of the subject of our experience. That subject being the spirit itself. They have different domains of discourse, but they intersect in our experience. We can use science to apply to everything within our experience, and we can use spirituality for everything beyond the object of our experience, in the direction of the witness, the observer, the transcendental nature of that lightless light that illumines this world from the inside out. Now it's getting very late for me. In fact, it's 12:12 in the morning. I imagine it's even later, or depending on your perspective, even earlier for some of you. So I'd like to begin to wind this live stream down to first line of defense was indeed a great word or term I could have used earlier. That what we can do with our body is our first line of defense. But yeah, there are many people that would not be able to experience this life if it weren't for medical technology, and That's something that I'm inherently grateful for, because all of those beings add to the diversity of life, and they're so meant to be here. You can't look at these beings, experience these beings that would have died without some form of medicine, and tell me that they somehow weren't supposed to be here, because light, that love you experience from them, that is timeless, that is eternal. We have come so far as a species in many directions. We've also fallen in other ways, no doubt about that. And the indigenous populations, the people of the ancient times, they certainly had a more intimate relationship with nature, with our bodies in other ways. And I hope that we can not see all these varying perspectives as contradictory to each other, but have enough room in our heart for all of them to coexist and find the value in each of them. Now, Jane, you were wondering, my video about helping with panic attacks, what channel is that on? Good question. That's on my ASMR YouTube channel. That's ASMR Yamsox. No, I got that the other way around. Yamsox ASMR. It's linked in the link tree in my bio. 50-50 philosophy. I am 22 years old in this body. I hope that video about panic attacks helps for you. And absolutely hybrid gen. Organic people deserve to be here too. That was never a question. Yes, in fact, it's amazing if in this age we can get everything we require from our lifestyle, from our diet, without relying too much on technology. I have a lot of respect for those beings too. Namaskaram, dear Phoenix. Thank you for sending a lot of love, Lilimor. Gardening Gregor G, you always feel the rolled R is coming for the ASM word, yes. You have to. You have to. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your rose earlier. And Burned, thank you for your rose too. Hariom Tat Sat. Now I'd like to open my question of the day up to explore together as we end today's live stream. I am wondering, what is a simple practice to exercise our willpower? Oftentimes, our mind becomes our master, and we serve the mind instead of the mind being used for service. How can we exercise our willpower? I'm very grateful that the panic attack video was something that helped you. Ciara, how do I pronounce your lovely name? Ciara? Ciara. You have to tell me. You're very welcome. And I'm very grateful that I have had anxiety. Otherwise, I couldn't have made that video. You know? Alright, here are some simple practices to exercise our willpower. Lesser you share patience. Patience is perhaps the most common way in which we can practice our willpower, because in each moment, probably at least one thing to be patient for. In Phoenix, you share breath work from root chakra. I like that a lot too. Pranayama. Hello, de Philosophe. Welcome. Saturnus, you share that fasting comes to mind. That's an excellent one. Nikki, you share kindness to oneself. Oh, what a beautiful answer that is. Phoenix, you add, speaking and thinking from your root, having confidence in what you believe and say. If you must fall backwards into an abyss, you better have a lot of trust. Release resistance. Stop caring so much. Laugh. I love how experienced you are with this subject. Dark King, as an aside, you had asked, can scars from past lives still be felt in a new body? Very interesting. I don't know. I think there's some beautiful symbolism there and truth in that the wounds of the past can continue and they can transcend our lives and carry on with us and to other people too. Smile, you shared no dessert after every meal. Willpower. I like that a lot. Kindness, shares Lilimor. I actually really like these shared ideas of kindness relating to our willpower, because it absolutely requires a lot of willpower at times to maintain our kindness. Fully, you share inhale, exhale, and let go. That's wonderful. That's a very simple and profound one. Solaris, you share choosing to believe in a better outcome, even when the sad one feels stronger. I like that, exploring the possibilities, not being attached to anyone. Speaking of detachment, Flower, you share detachment. Definitely, it requires a lot of willpower to take some space from the things which we are attached to. Thank you for your company, dear Nikki. And Mura, you ask if we can define willpower first. That's an important criteria in answering any question, isn't it? To have a good working definition for our words. I'll leave it to interpretation generally, that what you experience to be true with this word, I'll let you answer respectively. But for me, I'll say that willpower means the ability to do something new rather than something you've done before. Rather than something that's just ingrained like a groove on a vinyl record, that you know if we continue along that path, the same sounds will be sung. But willpower means going against the grain, creating new possibilities for yourself. And I love that, Phoenix. You shared that Seth speaks much about previous existences. They are not always important. Kindness is key, but compassion is compulsory. Like that. And Klopnov, you were wondering what my take on is of karma as the cause of existence. Well, that's a good philosophical definition. Karma is often used in terms of cause and effect. As a Sanskrit term, it literally means action. And if you want to learn more about the philosophy of action, as conveyed since ancient times, called Karma Yoga, then there is a video I made about that, but we can certainly talk more about it here too. Gregor G, you share that you literally put the most anime kid thing possible. Well, I have to find it now, I missed it. You shared, keep getting up no matter how many times you get knocked down, because you can, even if it's hard. No, I like that answer. That's good. Rectize, you share that real power is working hard and making a lot of money. Absolutely. The generation of wealth and serving others takes a lot of willpower. Thank you for sharing. You agreed with that definition, smile. Trying novel things / ideas. You love it. In Saturnus, you share a cold plunge. That's a great one too. G to Infinity, you share that you are letting go in this life. Aren't we all? Easier said than done. Nura, with that definition out of the way, you share that you don't really feel willpower. You just are very curious and stubborn. And there's nothing wrong with that too. You know, it can take a lot of willpower to continue to be curious. And it can take a lot of willpower to not fall into stubborn ways too. There are positive ways in which we can use the word stubborn. Like Phoenix shares, hold a vision of your dream self steady and be stubborn in your vibration. Become a vibrational snob. You must follow your bliss. I love these answers, everyone. Lesser, you share, sticking to a routine is a good practice. Absolutely. Hello 1111. Nice to have you here too. Yes, I'm going to pause our exploration of this question of the day there for now. My live has now taken place over the course of 2 days, so I should have really had a second question, shouldn't I? But on average, over 24 hours, I have but one question at most per day. All right, thank you, everyone. I love all these answers. I think a lot of them speak to that I described as having some thought in mind and asking ourselves, what is this thought missing? How can I be more inclusive to some other idea? One that perhaps I have not explored before. And Saturnus, you give a definition of willpower as the ability to never sacrifice what you want most for what you want in the moment. I love that too. I'm happy you find safety here, Flower. I try my best to make this an inclusive environment. 1111, you were wondering if I believe that God, and you put quotation marks around that, is frequency and energy. You believe frequency is everything. I love that. Well, if your definition of God is that which is everything, then of course, frequency and energy include everything. Everything that can be experienced, that is. Do I make that observation that can be experienced? Because there's something more than energy and experience. There's more than energy and frequency in our experience. There's the one doing the experiencing, that which has no frequency or energy, the conscious space itself. And my secret to tell you is that is also a part of God. In fact, that part of God can never be experienced because you can never sing a song truly about silence. You could never make a dance truly about stillness. You could never paint a portrait about the canvas without inherently hiding the silence, the stillness, or the canvas behind. So, I absolutely agree that divinity is one with everything in the tangible reality, but there's also something intangible that goes beyond, and that's what is doing the experiencing, what is containing the space of all this energy and frequency to vibrate through. Frequency and energy, they make up the divine feminine in whole. The Shakti, the energy, the Prakriti, the nature. But nature, energy, cannot exist without Purusha, without the conscious witness that pervades it. And it is that which we often refer to as the Holy Father, base the Father. What arises within that space is the Mother, and they are inseparable companions, and together they comprise the faces of divinity. Thank you, Gabriella, for your heart meet too. Ariom Tatsa. And F to you for, thank you for your rose as well. Namashakti Shavaya. Bless her, you share that you like to think that consciousness is all connected and that we are all woven like threads in a quilt. What a beautiful description, whether you know it or not, of an ancient idea called Indra's net, which posits exactly that this whole universe is like a tapestry, a network of points of consciousness connected with threads, like how a jeweler, not just a jeweler, a beader puts beads on a thread. There's a quote in the Bhagavad Gita about that too. Opnov, you shared that. You are guessing I suffer from a high intelligence since I got this far at such a young age. I like your usage of the word suffer because I have found that those whom are the most sensitive to these truths often are the most sensitive to suffering that comes with them also. I remember being terribly anxious, and my father would be affirming me that you are so intelligent, you have nothing to be anxious about. I told him that that's the problem. Because I'm so intelligent, I overthink everything. My mind is always working at 100 times speed. And perhaps indirectly, this also answers Memento Mori's question, or statement rather, that I went from making awesome videos with great edits to a fake guru. Now, I want to be very clear that I'm not a guru. So how can I be a fake version of something that I'm not trying to be? I say in every live stream, every video in some way or another, that I'm still learning with you all. But when I did used to make videos, that's when I genuinely thought that I was a guru. When I had made videos with fantastic edits about philosophy or mathematics or whatever, is I thought that I had a perspective which the people of the world demanded to know, and that I would open their minds one by one. But I realized how ignorant I was by making those videos. And although I'm so grateful that they touched dear souls like Memento Mori, and that there was such a gratitude for the kinds of perspectives I shared through them, I have to be honest with you that those videos were not healthy of me to make, because I was suffering in the background. And because I put on such a performance in those earlier videos, it may seem like my personality has changed, but the truth is that I was masking my suffering in those videos, and that what you were seeing before was the fakest version of myself that I could offer. Someone who was smart and had everything together and had the answers in math and physics and philosophy and psychology, which I'm now beginning to realize is not true. I've never been more humbled in learning that I know nothing. And my videos back then were just a reflection of that too. I hope to, just like what I needed in those behind the scene moments of anxiety, affirm to you now that you don't have to know the answers to everything to be happy. I sure discovered that, because no matter how much knowledge I filled my mind with math and physics and special interests, I still was not happy behind the scenes. I had to admit where I was wrong. I was wrong to try to provoke people's minds with that way. We will always keep learning. Annoying but true, shares Rainier. Yes. In Salem, you're wondering why my accent changed too. Well, that's a big topic too that often gets brought up. It's very simple, but I don't expect anyone to understand. See, I am born a male. As a male, often in movies and TV shows and figures around us, we're expected to have a kind of stoic way of expressing ourselves. A kind of to-the-point, deep, resonating voice. Although some of those qualities are in my voice, I brought them out in a way which was not actually my voice. That the videos that I made before with that lower voice, that voice which was more to the point and maybe stoic in some sense, it was a farce. And I think that's so ironic. What's so ironic is that now people hear me, and having heard my earlier way of expressing myself, they thought that was my genuine expression. And now they think that I've been faking it ever since. Which breaks my heart, because I've come so far to realize that I don't have to put on a mask, that my natural way of speaking is a lot more like my mother. She is more varied in her pitch, especially in the higher tones. And you know what? I love expressing that feminine side that I would never have allowed myself in previous videos to. So, I hope that, you know, that actually, those that did watch my older videos too, you may know that the very last video I made was one in which I took off my mask, where I showed you what it was like to be my neurodivergent self. And you know, Salem, it hurts me that you feel like I'm mimicking a TV guru, because it's not true. People probably don't even know what a guru actually sounds like. I pronounce Sanskrit words in an authentic and proper way. I'm from Canada, where there's such a diversity of cultures and population. Often gets confused for America. No, Canadians don't have a stereotypical accent like others. And that's something that I have to let go of myself, because I had been bullied my whole life for speaking weirdly, for mumbling, or for putting weird, abrupt pauses between my words. And it disappoints me that there are such bullies like yourself that still exist on this platform today. No matter how much growth has happened, you claim to have liked my previous videos, and yet clearly they never actually touched your heart. I am sorry to hear that you must be struggling so much with your identity that you have to point out the flaws in another person's way of expressing yourself. I hope that at some point in your life you find the peace that you deserve to not judge others. And this will be
our final interaction. I wish you well on your journey. Namaste. Sorry about that, everyone. I will always stand up for the voice of the vulnerable. And having gone through bullying in my life, I know how important it is to speak my truth. So many people get judged for just how they express themselves, like myself. And I hope to be a voice to remind everyone that your experience is unique to you, and the way in which you find your experience expressed in this moment is a reflection of the unique journey that you've been on. And people who cannot recognize that certainly do not deserve to hear your beautiful voice. With that, I would like to transition into my penultimate reading. Well, penultimate section, I could say. This is the final reading of our live stream today. But the second to last section, as I would like to... Actually, you know what? I have another section for you. I forgot about, yes. After this reading, I would like to share some show and tell from someone who would like to raise their voice and have it echoed in the space that is here. All right. With that, how about we read from another section of The Hidden Power in Humans, all about Chakras and Kundalini. We left off discussing the nature of the Vishuddhi Chakra, which is the symbolic energy center of our throat. Let's see here. When the Anahata Chakra, which is the heart center, unfolds, it is like the melting of a glacier. The consciousness is inundated with emotions. But when the Vishuddhi Chakra begins to loosen up, it is like a breach in a dike and leads to an emotional flood of immense force. And through this, the opportunity is given to finally lay bare the roots of our problems and remove them. Patanjali said, "Problems can only be resolved when one discovers the true cause." You may know Patanjali indirectly as the author of the Yoga Sutras, from which we get the codified idea of the Ashtangic yoga system, where we have Hatha Yoga, the yoga of our body, and many other forms of yoga that we see here in the West and all around the world. Patanjali was an ancient, compiler of yogic traditions and put them in words. If one merely cuts a weed and doesn't pull its roots out, it will immediately grow again. When we raise our problems into the Vishuddhi Chakra, our throat, we then have the option to encapsulate them and either push them back into the subconscious again or free ourselves from them forever. The final inner healing is only possible through realization and knowledge, jnana. In the Vishuddhi Chakra, we are challenged to reflect on our situation in life and to put the following questions to ourselves. What do I want to realize? What obstacles need to be overcome to realize this? What problems are confronting me, and how can I resolve them? Through meditation, we attain clarity about ourselves and the innermost desires and motives. We often prevent the resolution of our problems through our own prejudice and our own fixed or one-sided thinking patterns. Through manana, reflection, and meditation, we can find possibilities for the resolution of issues that we are unable to discover before. However, before you dive into the Vishuddhi chakra, examine yourself honestly as to whether you are really ready to look in the mirror of your own reality. Many people meditate merely out of curiosity or because they would like to have certain experiences. But if these experiences do not meet their expectations, they become uncertain and apprehensive, and sometimes even abandon the practice completely. That is why clarity and confidence in the master, spiritual teacher, as well as discipline are important pillars for the support on the spiritual path. We need a shoulder that we can lean on in order to rest and gather fresh strength. The most reliable and safest refuge is the Ishta Devata, our personally revered divinity who never abandons us, never disowns us, and constantly supports us with never-ending love and patience. Therefore, do not be afraid and risk the journey of discovery into your own self. Do not shy from the sediment that appears with a little stirring of your psyche. You are that which you would like to experience. You are that which you would like to realize. You are that which you would like to know. You are everything, but you are constantly running away from yourself. Raise everything from within to the light of consciousness, both nectar and poison. Purify the harmful substances in the Vishuddhi chakra and realize your beautiful inner powers. Make your life in this world a light in the darkness. Amrit, the so-called nectar of immortality in Sanskrit, has a special relationship with the Vishuddhi chakra, which in turn is closely connected to the Bindu chakra, which is a chakra that we'll continue to explore soon after this chakra. I believe after the throat is the third eye, and then we'll dive into this rare and often unspoken chakra of the Bindu. A hormone is produced in the Bindu chakra that is known as Amrita, because it supports the preservation of our health, vitality, and youthfulness. I believe etymologically the word in English ambrosia comes from Amrita, which refers to the elixir of life, the mythical, the alchemical nectar of immortality. It is known as Amrit because it supports the preservation of our health, vitality, and youthfulness. But this precious nectar generally drips unused into the Manipura chakra, our solar plexus, where it burns unused in the digestive fire. Through certain yoga techniques, such as the Jalandhara Bandha, the Chin Lock, and the Kechari Mudra, which is explained in our author's other book called Yoga in Daily Life, the System, it is possible to catch it in the Vishuddhi chakra so that it can be distributed like a homeopathic medicine via the tongue and throat and be utilized by the whole body. Does the word ambrosia come from Greek too? Greg RG. Does sound very ancient. Well, I imagine then that ambrosia in Greek may have come from Sanskrit, or at least they're cognates of some shared root like Proto-Indo-European. The element of the Vishuddhi chakra is Akash, space. Space opens the possibility for expansion and distribution. The Vishuddhi chakra is the seat of the astral body. And here the term astral body expresses the subtle sheaths through which the body is united, that is able to leave the physical body from the Vishuddhi chakra. Each of us has made astral journeys. Each night when we dream, a completely spontaneous separation of the astral body from the physical body occurs. But if, for instance, someone sleeps with their arms crossed or their chest, the departure of the astral body during dreams is hindered. This can result in nightmares. For example, you may want to run away, but you can't move from the spot. I think we've all had nightmares that feel like we just can't run, you know? No matter what we do to try to defend ourselves from some danger, it's like we're moving in slow motion. I guess this is relevant. But there is always a fine band of consciousness existing between the astral and physical bodies. This consciousness sees both the dream and the sleeping body and draws the astral body back into the material world in the fraction of a second if there is any external disturbance. How does this happen so quickly? Through Yoga Shakti. It allows us to travel in other spheres of consciousness and brings us back again no matter how far away we are. Many yogis can astral travel consciously in meditation, but this requires many years of practice, self-control, and discipline. During shocking experiences or psychic illness, an occasional unconscious and uncontrolled short-term escape of the astral body can occur. This can trigger identity problems, feelings of anxiety, and nervous overexcitement. In such cases, it can be helpful to place the hand protectively over the throat and feel how the physical and astral bodies again come closer to one another. In India, there is an ancient tradition that is still maintained. The dying are laid on the ground to establish the connection with Mother Earth, and in this way make the detachment of the astral body easier. It makes it possible for the passing away to be a peaceful parting without death throes. It is from this custom that the yoga relaxation pose lying on the back, which carries the name of Shavasana, pose of the dead, is derived. Because this name, however, produces a feeling of disquiet amongst many practitioners, I have renamed the asana Anandasana, which means the pose of bliss. That's great. Oh, it's not the pose of death, it's the pose of bliss. I like that. Okay, let's pause our reading of the Vishuddhi Chakra there for now. So thank you for listening, my dear viewers. Namaste. We will continue our inquiry into this next time. As I said, there was a special segment that I wanted to go through in just a moment. I wanted to do some show and tell with someone who wrote something very powerful I'd like to read. Thank you, dear Usha Bai, for sending that wonderful book as always. And for, there are many gifts I have yet to bring my gratitude back to. Thank you for your 7 roses you sent earlier, a finger heart, and flowers. Jaya Sitaram. And hello, Painted Lady. I'm very late where I live, but very early for you. I can't believe I've been live 5.5 hours. It certainly does not feel that long. Thank you, Obey, for the rose that you sent many minutes ago, as well as a pair of them, a tiny, yippee, and another rose. Om Bram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And Maddie, thank you for that rose as well. Jaya Sitaram. And Haley Jones, thank you for your rose. Radhe oh Radhe. And thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Haley for another rose that you sent. Thank you for that. And dear Zach, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you for asking, dear Painted Lady. I will sleep very soon. Everything is well. And it's all Legos. Thank you for your tiny diary. And La 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 Laura, thank you for your rose too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Dilani, thank you for your heart me. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Painted Lady, thank you for your heart me and team bracelet also. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nice to have you here. How are you doing? Thank you, It's All Legos, for another pair of tiny dinies too. Yahoo! And thank you for your good night wishes, Quentin. And Lex, thank you for your heart me. Rama Rama. Thank you, Zach, for your heart me too. Om Sum Saryaya Namaha. Thank you, Dorkside, for your DJ glasses too. There, now I'm caught up. Thank you for your patience, everyone who sent a gift and waited for me to acknowledge. No gift is ever necessary, nor is it even expected. I'm only grateful to be able to be here for you. Thank you, Dorkside. Yes, I would like to do a little show and tell session for those who wish to share something during this space that I do every day. In the link tree in my bio, there's a Google form that I call the show and tell application. So if you wanted to drop something on Google Drive, there's a place for you to do that, with a spot for you to attach an image or a video, or like in this case, a PDF. I would love to be able to use this space to share some of the things that are important to you too, since I love learning from you and I love being able to echo some of your voices. So allow me to bring that up. I believe what we are going to listen to today is right here. It's called Marcy's Metalogue of Prayer. I'll read it to you. It's one of our dear Sangis, or participants in the Sangha, named Marcy, whom you may recognize by username. She is a wonderful writer, and I love her ability to express herself in such a unique way. I think you'll often find while I am reading that she has such a way of expressing herself that's so unique, as I said. I forgot to record. I want other people to see this too. So allow us to open some space in our heart to listen to dear Marcy's Metalogue of Prayer as she recounts some insight she's had over her life over what prayer means. So Please excuse me as I do my best in reciting this document that was shared with me. I will speak as Marcy in the best that I can. For the longest time, I believed that prayer was an action that had to be based on a fundamental mistrust in God, in the most temporally stimulating, revolutionary, peaceful way. I now understand it as the primary opposite. Praying, meditation, communication with God of all creation has meant many things across the years. At first, when submersed in a Christian household and church environments, praying was just talking to God as if he were a friend, an imaginary one. And then in the building ages of emotions and thousands of sources of information, catalyzed by the age of the internet, as if praying were for clarification betwixt the confusion. Then amidst the angsty adolescent years, I all but became God's number one public enemy, in the sense that I can recall privately extending my spirit, thoughts, and prayers up to his heavenly hearth space and giving him the chewing out of an existence for every single problem I had come to witness, and had the intelligence to inquire, "Why, God?" Then, of course, during the trying times of self-isolation, I gave up, temporarily, on finding meaning in the labyrinth and resolved to a logical simplification of the word. Prayer now meant to me an acronym, P-R-A-Y. Please restore all, Yahweh. As Yahweh seemed to encompass enough of the essence of many interpretations of the Supreme Creator's nature that it would suffice and ruffle as few of my preconceived ideas surrounding an entity of such primordial magnitude. But with much trepidation to my adolescent mind-body conglomeration, this ostensibly took away some of my trust in God's power. For if things had gone astray, by whose hand? What possibly could have shaken the objective intentions of the Creator? What construct could have been dared to attempt to render God's original blueprint obsolete enough that I, creature number 474 trillion, nope, that's quadrillion, 100 trillion 600, no, I was right, 474 billion, trillion, oh jeez, 100 billion 600 million 78,342 could have been convinced, would have felt it necessary to ask restoration? Restoration of what? God's presence? His will? No. Source cannot be broken. It is source. There is no possibility of unnecessary events, much less unwarranted individuals that could take place on his immaculately fabricated universal canvas, his divine interstellar loom. The purpose of any fragment of reality is ingrained and guaranteed, perfectly balanced against the odds of the unlikeliness of existence, and further still of sentience. And yet, the relationship between us and Source, the desire for connection and communication, can be painstakingly plucked by the smallest of misunderstandings, by the most minuscule detection of a slight. But through that turmoil, hair pulling, stress eating, chain smoking, true love desecrating, and merit devaluing, script flipping of the many rotations of the wheels of karma and restitution, I have come to an understanding that the very thing that calls us to stop talking, to stop our communications, to renounce our relation with the Creator, is the very most quintessential thing, that which does not exist. Absolute, ephemeral stillness is nowhere aside from the uncaused cause. Silence is nowhere other than the pre-temporal moment before God spoke. Contentment is nowhere other than before the question that sparks an idea of separation. Attempting to rationalize or empathize with nothingness is a null and void excursion. And what actually took so much conscious effort to incessantly juxtapose was the scam of hell and the devil. That is, if you fancy naming him, was really that of non-communication, non-permittance, and a wrongfully instilled belief of separation from God. And the prerequisite for any sentient being to form a relationship with others is that of a relationship with thyself, recognized or not. One may consider God self or non-self. One should always retain that an inalienable piece of source resides within, as God is omnipresent and permeates through all material objects and just as extensively through spiritual aether. So no, prayer or meditation is not in futility, rather in unbridled, unassailable, infinitesimally improbable submission to God. Charanagati. To wrap up on a translatory note, I'd share this. In Spanish, Dios means God. In English, adding a as a prefix implies the subject's non-being. So if I were to say asymmetrical, that would mean without symmetry. In Spanish, why God translates to ¿Por qué Dios? And the answer you'll find, ¿Por qué Dios? Translated back into English reads, because God is. And on that note, au Dios, or salutations to the God within you. Well, Marceline Queen. What a poetic piece you have shared with us. I'm so grateful that you have done so. I am always privy to Marcy's wonderful perspectives and ways of expressing herself in my messages, and I have been awaiting a moment in which I would be able to share a greater audience than my own ears and eyes, because it certainly deserves to be heard. That's for sure. I hope this is the first in many, as I would love to share more of your writings, dear Marcy here, as I would love to hear from many others too. And if you ever had something that you would like to share, as I said before, in the link tree in my bio, same way that Marcy undertook to click on the link that said show and tell applications, and I would be always happy to have a space to share something from you. Thank you. Thank you, dear Marcy. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Namaste. Your voice definitely deserves to be heard. And dear Johnny Ringo, thank you for your 11 cloud breads that you sent while we were exploring that wonderful submission. Arion Tatsa. And Painted Lady, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Lex,
Thank you for your quartet of finger hearts too. I love how much love was shared for Marcy during that. I certainly agree, Greg RG, that she could be an author. She already is in many ways. And G to Infinity, I agree with that in the more general sense that these show and tellers too are also brilliant. And I'm so happy to have that space for everyone. It's all Legos. You're wondering if there's a way to obtain a copy of that? Well, you'll have to talk to Marcy, I guess, since it's her choice if she wants to share that. Of course, I just recited it, so we've already shared it in that way. Yes, thank you for being here, Feline. May you have a wonderful day at work. And that is truly our second to last segment of our Sangha today. The last of which being a meditation that I'd like to do with you all. Today I wanted to do something special for Kali. Allow me to just set it up. To do so, I will pause our background music so I am not in dissonance with it during our mantra chanting session. All right. I believe I have everything set up for this. We already read reading of The Hidden Power in Humans, D to Infinity, remember? It was just a little while ago. Thank you, Painted Lady, Woodland Fairy, for your 10-finger hearts too. I wish to express my love back to you. Radhe, Radhe. Rainier, you had one little question. Why am I doing this? This in here, you mean? I know of no other way to express myself to the fullest extent than to offer a space in which I get to relate with you in my experiences, learn from you, and share whatever lessons I have learned in this life so far. Okay. Mantra that I'd like to chant with you all 108 times is this mantra for Kali. I forget the celebration, but today was an important day for Kali. Kali being one of the highest revered forms of the divine feminine in Hinduism, especially in Shaktiism and Kashmir Shaivism, other tantric lineages of the Vedas, one of humanity's earliest spiritual revelations. As such, I will be chanting on her mala, which is said to be made of black agate, since Kali literally means black. It also literally means time. Very interesting that this Sanskrit word can refer to both the same darkness of space as it refers to time. So she is the goddess of space and time. This is a very powerful mantra. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshvari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. I'll just cover the meaning a little bit. Om, of course, is the cosmic syllable of creation, preservation, destruction, and the impersonal reality that transcends all of it. Kali, being the goddess in question, we're actually invoking Mahakali specifically, which is the highest form. Maha means great. Oh, the ultimate, the great form of Kali, the one with 1,000 heads, 1,000 arms. Kali Ke, which means to Kali, Parameshvari. We attribute to her the fact that she is Parameshvari. She is the highest ultimate goddess. In some sense, she is the Lord of the universe.
Sarvananda Kare Devi means that she who grants bliss to everyone. And Narayani Namostute. Narayani is, it's a daring use of words, I will say, because Narayana often refers to the ultimate Godhead, which is usually attributed to a masculine personality, the god known as Narayan. Here we are using his name and then turning it into a feminine ending to say that actually Kali is even Narayan. She is Narayani. Namostute means salutations to thee. So this is a very provocative verse in some sense, because it's basically saying that that the feminine is God. That's flipping the script as we might traditionally understand. That the highest reality actually is not the Holy Father, but the Divine Mother. And I think that's fun. Very in theme with these tantric traditions. Anyway, to her, we'll chant this mantra today 108 times. And I will hydrate just before. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Pardon me. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute.
Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om. 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 Thank you for listening. Thank you for chanting along to our closing session of our Sangha tonight. Salutation to the dark side of a mother that often gets suppressed or repressed because they always have to be a source of light or softness or kindness. A mother would not be a mother without her ability to use the dark side of her soul to be able to protect her children, to be able to express herself as from the darkness of the womb, life is born. Namaste. All right, given that, oh boy, it's 1:30 in the morning for me. It's probably a good time to begin to say goodbye to everyone here. Nice to see you, dear MJ, even though if it's for a moment. Jai Kalima, thank you for being here, dear Dansuela, as well. J to Infinity. Greetings, Babaji. Thank you, Silke. How do I pronounce your name? For the rose that you sent. May all roses be seen as an offering to Kali tonight. And forgive my ignorance for not remembering what important day it is for her. I think it's because it's the darkest day of the lunar cycle or something that we have the darkest night today. Different from in the middle of winter when the nights are longest. There's something to do with the moon. A new moon? Is that it? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Is it a new moon tonight? And dear Gregard G, you were wondering if
someone put a beat behind that mantra. You had the idea, but some others like the idea as well. I like that too. We did do beats before behind our mantras, and I really like that. I would like to do that again. I just got a little tired from selecting the music every night, but I can certainly make some exceptions, so forgive my laziness a little bit. There are some wonderful beats to that very mantra too, I've heard. Yeah. You have been watching the recordings, dear MJ. Well, I'm glad that you've been finding use for them. I will remind people who also would like to find the same use that all of the recordings are uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. And there you may find past lives for many months now, as well as the meditations and the readings. Those snippets have dedicated playlists in case you wanted to do a meditation like that with the Sangha atemporally. Or listen to any of the readings that you had missed as well. Thank you, dear Feeble Mind, for your rose as well. Ariom Tatsat. And dear MJ, thank you for your 31 roses. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And CMM, thank you for your ice cream cone too. Om Kali Mahakali, Kali Ke Parameshwari, Sarvananda Kare Devi, Narayani Namostute. I feel like there was something I had to share with you, but I'm lapsing in my memory of that at the moment. I'll just continue with my regular advertisements that I also have an ASMR YouTube channel in case you wanted to check that out. Everything is for free. I don't have any paid content anywhere. Everything I do is always for free, so that in mind, especially if navigating accounts that appear to be in my name that offer anything for a price, I believe that the best things in life are free. So anything that I have to offer, if they are to be of any value, should be free of charge too. Thank you for your good night wishes, dear Marlem. Thank you everyone for being here. I do feel like there was something I had to say, but oh well. Wasn't important then. I will sleep easy, knowing that if it comes back to my mind, I'll refer to it again next time. So, thank you for allowing me the space to be able to hold this live stream through with all of your participants. Madly you're wondering what my religion is, whatever yours is. I hope that if you're Christian, that you see me as a fellow Christian. I hope if I'm Muslim, if you're Muslim, you see me as a fellow Muslim. Of course, I'm not good at taking the same vows as you are. I might not be a very good Christian or a Muslim. If you're Buddhist, I hope you extend your faith to include me as well. If you're Hindu, if you're Jain, if you're Taoist, if you're of indigenous ancestry, whatever it is, I hope that you include me in it, as I certainly include you in my ability to learn from many places. And I love what everyone in the world has to offer in their unique experience. Now, good night, dear colleagues. Will relax my mind when I go to sleep. Indeed. I will probably remember the minute my head is on the pillow. All right. Now I finally got around to learning the following mantra, which is often spoken at the end of spiritual discourses. Many of you probably know it. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyorma amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om means let us be guided from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, from mortality to immortality. Om, peace, peace, peace. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.